by how consumers will react to the news that their bills are going up yet again, but the government is absolutely committed to improving the situation. As I said before, calling out water companies that are underperforming. I'm not sure we could promise to go as far as to accept a Liberal Democrat solution to these problems, but I'm sure going forward there will be ample opportunity to debate these matters, because water is such an important consideration for our constituents, not least because they add to the cost of living, which we are equally determined to tackle.
Let's aim for much shorter questions and much shorter answers as well. Dave Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our Arthur Learning Partnership runs 24 schools in the West Midlands, including 6 in my constituency. They're currently trying to plug a £6 million gap in their finances caused by what they characterise as an accounting error. The NEU have taken 9 days of strike action at Arthur Terry schools this month, with 9 more planned for February. The Department's engagement with my office around this issue yesterday was excellent, but can I ask the Leader if he can ensure that the relevant Minister meets with me and other affected MPs as a matter of urgency to discuss the ongoing conspiracy?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a difficult situation for children and indeed families and teachers in Lichfield and the West Midlands in general. So I will help to secure the meeting which my honourable friend asks for.
Rosendale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Leader of the House will be aware that on Monday I joined the Right Honourable Member for Fareham and Waterlooville at a huge rally in support of our brave British veterans, a magnificent occasion organised by my honourable friend, the member for Clacton. Now, the message from veterans was clear. Labour's plans to enable perpetual persecution of soldiers who served in Northern Ireland is diabolical. Indeed, I would say a betrayal, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, will the Leader make time for a debate about how the United Kingdom has ended up with a policy of giving legal protection to the terrorists who killed British subjects, whilst the soldiers who protected civilians in Ulster face prosecution for simply doing the job in serving Queen and country?
Yeah.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman will know what the government is putting in place is a replacement for a system which we found, which quite frankly was not legal, could not be enforced, and therefore did not give the protection for our brave servicemen and women. He will have ample time to continue this as the bill continues its progress. Whether his new honourable friend, the member for Clacton, can be bothered to be here to take part remains to be seen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently had the pleasure of visiting St Mary's Catholic Primary School in Black Hill to learn about their Solar for Schools project. The children were really engaged in the process of learning about solar power and saving energy. The project was funded by GB Energy and the government from the Solar for Schools project. Can we have a debate in government time to talk about the importance of extending these projects?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to join her in recognising the enthusiasm of students at St Mary's Primary School in Black Hill, which is the place that I was born. I'm happy to hear this example of this is an example of over 250 schools benefiting from our £255 million scheme to deliver new rooftop solar power for public buildings, and I would encourage her to apply for an adjournment debate on the matter that she raises.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The chapel in Cotford St Luke in my constituency is a fan favourite, but because of the decisions of this government it is dying. They've been hit exceptionally hard by VAT and the business rates regime. I know that this is the case for many establishments in our part of the world. Many of these places rely heavily on tourism, so can the Leader of the House allocate government time for a debate on how we can better support the hospitality and tourism sector and prevent much-loved businesses from closing their doors?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Honourable Lady will be aware of the support which the government has brought forward recently for pubs, and obviously we keep under review what other support we can give to the hospitality sector. Her concern will be shared, not just on that side of the House, but by on this side of the House too, about what furthermore can be done. And should she seek an adjournment debate, then perhaps she can air those concerns herself.
Paul Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Tetrasil is a Rochdale-based company that has used fire and rehire tactics recently to effectively dismiss staff and then rehire them on terms which are £7,000 a year less in their pay packets, and also remove their rights to paid leave. This is all despite their shareholders receiving £2 million last year. Does the leader agree that the company should even now get round the table with the Usdaw trade union? And does he agree this government's new Employment Rights Act will finally outlaw fire and rehire, give day one rights of sick pay and parental leave, and give basic rights to every worker that deserves them? Rights that the Reform Party voted against in this House.
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for bringing this matter to the House. And yes, I do agree with him, not only on the need to get round the table, but also the shameful approach taken by Reform on these matters. This government's Employment Rights Act represents the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation. It does, as he said, it will, as he said, end exploitative zero-hour contracts, end unscrupulous fire and rehire practices, prevent the misuse of non-disclosure agreements, and strengthen statutory sick pay and the collective voice of workers.
Vicky Slade. Storm Chandra, as you've already heard, as we have already heard, has left the southwest in havoc, including deep flooding in Dorset, routes blocked, villages cut off, even part of our historic Wimborne Minster underwater. Some residents have suggested blocked drains is the cause, but clearly the best flushed gullies would not cope. I welcome the reference to the upcoming flood strategy, but as weather warnings come back, can I repeat my call I made last year after the summer fires for a debate in government time on climate resilience and response so members can have their concerns heard?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady is right to raise the concerns of her constituents and where they've been affected. I'm sorry to hear that. She has raised these matters before. And should she wish to meet with the Minister and outline her experiences and the experience of her constituents to see what further can be done, then I will arrange that.
Paul Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We face a serious skills gap in the construction sector. Colleges across the country are doing fantastic work to help solve this issue. In my own constituency, Kirklees College is a testament to the value of such institutions. And I welcome the government's commitment to train 60,000 more skilled workers by 2029. But can we have a statement from the government on the steps they're taking to support institutions like Kirklees College to meet the high demand for places and close the skills gap?
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising this matter and welcome the vital education and training that Kirklees College provides to its students. The government announced a construction support package worth over £600 million to tackle the shortage of skilled workers in the construction sector, and that investment is a key part of our wider strategy to support our national infrastructure. But I will draw to the attention of the relevant Secretary of State my honourable friend's request either for a statement or for a debate.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I refer members to my register of interests as the chair of the APPG for infant feeding. In December last year, the government published its response to the Competition and Markets Authority as part of its child poverty strategy on infant formula milk. But there was a number of recommendations that the government said no to, including restricting unverifiable claims on formula milk packaging. This is a vital issue that affects parents up and down the country. So will the Leader of the House make government time to debate infant feeding, please?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government did... You've been pointing. The government did announce important steps forward, but obviously I'm not across the specifics that the Honourable Lady refers to. So if she wants to meet with a minister to further explore, to explore what more can be done, then I will arrange that.
Mr McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As Member of Parliament for Western Bartonshire, I have the honour of following in the footsteps of a very distinguished predecessor, Lord McFall, Lord Speaker in the other place, who steps down this week after 40 years at Westminster. He has served my community and our democracy here with great wisdom, courtesy, grace and humility. Will the Leader of the House join me in expressing our gratitude for his decades of service and send both him and his wife Joan our warmest wishes?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising this matter, and I think I can speak for everyone across the House when I thank Lord McFall for his service and commitment to both this House and to the other place. He was a fine whip and minister in government and a truly tremendous parliamentarian. And alongside my honourable friend, I wish Lord McFall and his wife Joan all the best for what is to come.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much indeed. It's been raining hard in my constituency and across the West Country generally, and I want to pay tribute to Somerset Council, North Somerset Council, the Internal Drainage Board and the Environment Agency for the work that they're doing. However, the land is saturated. And I wanted to just point out to the Minister and Madam Deputy Speaker that if you put the water in Somerset and that little bit of North Somerset I represent, end to end, it takes you from mid-Somerset to Singapore. It's 8,000 miles worth of waterway. So I'm going to ask the Leader of the House, please, if he could ask his colleague with responsibility for planning and housing to insist that new housing is not built on the floodplain, because when Flood Row finishes in a few years' time, residents will be left high and dry, only in terms of insurance, certainly won't be their homes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I join the Honourable Lady in paying tribute to everyone involved in dealing with what is a traumatic situation. Whilst saying, as I've said previously today, we do have a need to build houses. We also need to build them in the right place and to build them safely. So I will draw her remarks to the attention of the relevant Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year I hosted Blackpool's biggest ever jobs fair, and it showed just how strong the appetite in our town is for work, skills and opportunity. On the 26th of February, I'm bringing it back bigger than ever in conjunction with the Job Centre and Blackpool Tourism Limited, with 120 businesses offering around 2,000 jobs for local residents. This event will include entry-level roles, opportunities for career change and wraparound support, with employers ranging from the NHS, emergency services to major local and national firms. So will the Leader of the House join me in encouraging Blackpool residents to sign up through my website to take part in this event, which aims to connect people with good jobs, local skills and training, but also give a nudge to my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State next to him now, who an invite has been extended to opening this event.
Oh, wow. Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend for raising this matter. The Government's Growth Mission is committed to securing good quality jobs for people in our local communities, and I have to say nobody fights harder than my honourable friend to bring jobs into their local constituency and communities. So I do join my honourable friend in encouraging his constituents to sign up for what sounds like a worthwhile job fair, and the Secretary of State sitting next to me, I'm sure, will have heard his remarks.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 1st of February will be the 5th anniversary of the military coup in Myanmar and Burma that overthrew the democratically elected civilian government and created a severe humanitarian and human rights crisis. In this context, the military regime is proceeding with elections that exclude opposition parties, criminalise criticism, disenfranchise large parts of the population. So will the Leader of the House please ask the Foreign Secretary to set out what steps government has taken to challenge any attempt to legitimise these elections, to press for the release of political prisoners and to hold the Myanmar military accountable for ongoing violations of human rights and freedom of religious belief.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As he undoubtedly knows, the UK is committed to defending freedom of religion and belief for all, and we've long opposed the persecution and marginalisation faced by minorities in Myanmar. Particularly concerning is their race and religion laws, which entrenches prejudices against ethnic and religious minorities. I will ensure that the Foreign Secretary hears his concerns, not least in the light of what he has said about elections, and I will ensure that the Secretary of State responds to the honourable gentleman.
Phil Brickell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I was recently contacted by one of my constituents regarding a 4-month delay to her daughter's provisional driving licence application related to her type 1 diabetes diagnosis. My constituent's application remains outstanding. She's been unable to obtain an update from the DVLA or any timescale for the conclusion of her application. And my constituent's mental health is now being affected by the delay, as she has lost a driving instructor and feels as though she is being treated differently due to her diagnosis. So can the Leader of the House allow for a debate in government time to discuss the important issues of delays in the DVLA system, particularly for individuals with disabilities and health conditions?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the honourable gentleman for raising this matter. The DVLA is currently rolling out a new casework system, which will deliver significant improvements to the services provided to drivers with medical conditions. But that perhaps comes as cold comfort to those who are still waiting in a queue. And should he wish, I would be happy to follow up this particular case with the department.
Daniel Francis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Sunday, I joined the congregation at St Augustine's Church in Slade Green to celebrate the retirement of Reverend Jim Bennett. Jim has been a long-standing pillar of our community in Bexley and Crayford, having worked for the Greenwich and Bexley Hospice for 16 years, starting as a fundraising coordinator and eventually becoming their chief executive. And following his retirement from that post, he took on a new career later in life, following his ordination, spending over 6 years as the priest at St Augustine's Church, Slade Green. So will the Leader of the House join me in paying tribute to Jim for his work in supporting my constituents across Bexley and Crayford, and wish him all the very best for his retirement?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll certainly be delighted to join my honourable friend in paying tribute to the Reverend Jim Bennett. His work at both the Greenwich and Bexley Hospice, but also at St Augustine's Church, has greatly contributed to his community, but also in paying tribute to the Reverend Jim Bennett, let's also pay tribute to all the churches and church men and women across our country who are doing such an important part in our local communities. I wish the Reverend Bennett a very long and happy retirement.
Final question by the ever-patient Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Stafford Pride is a fantastic event that brings together thousands of people every year as a celebration of the diversity that makes our county such a fantastic place. 2 councillors on Staffordshire County Council awarded money from their community fund to Stafford Pride, and yet despite all other recipients having had their funding, approval for Stafford Pride's allocation has, we're told, been with the Reform Cabinet for months. Stafford Pride are taking a stand, not for the money, but against what they see as institutional homophobia. Would the Leader of the House join me in calling on Reform UK Staffordshire to get on with processing this legitimate funding application? And could we have a debate on the worrying increase in discrimination against LGBT+ organisations by certain councils?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is a fantastic champion for his local area. Initiatives like Stafford Pride aim to honour and celebrate the LGBTQ community and are absolutely vital for our local communities. It is such a pity that Reform are seeking to pursue divisive policies, and I agree with him that Reform should get on with this and process the legitimate application for funding so that the community can get on and celebrate diversity.
That is the end of business questions. I'll give the front benches a moment to shuffle over. We come to the first statement on pensions, and I call the Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In November, I informed the House that the Government would make a new decision in response to the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman's report into the way changes to the state pension age were communicated to women born in the 1950s. This followed relevant evidence coming to light as part of legal proceedings challenging the original decision announced by my predecessor in December 2024. We have now concluded the process to make a new decision and are placing copies of the Government's full response in the libraries of both Houses. Before I turn to the substance, I think it's important to be clear what this decision and statement is about and what it is not. There are legitimate and sincerely held views about whether it was wise to increase the state pension age. In particular, whether the decision taken in 2011 by the coalition government to accelerate equalisation and the rise to the age of 66 was the right thing to do or not. But the issue that we are discussing today is not about the merits or otherwise of past policy decisions on the state pension age. What the Ombudsman investigated was how changes to the state pension age were communicated and whether within a specific and narrow time period there was maladministration and injustice, and if so, whether it warrants compensation. In March 2024, the Ombudsman published their final report into this. And as with so many other issues, the previous government left the report on their desks, issued no response, took no decision and left it to this government to respond. In December 2024, the then Work and Pensions Secretary, my right honourable friend, the member for Leicester West, set out the government's response, having considered all the information provided to her. However, given relevant research from 2007 about the effectiveness of sending letters subsequently emerged that had not been provided to my right honourable friend, I wanted to ensure the right and proper process was followed to take account of this alongside information previously considered. And of course, I asked the Department not just to consider the 2007 report, but also to undertake new searches as part of an extensive review of relevant historical documents to help inform this new decision. Madam Deputy Speaker, we accept that individual letters about changes to the state pension age could have been sent earlier. For this, I want to repeat the apology that my right honourable friend gave on behalf of the government, and I am sorry that those letters were not sent sooner. We also agree with the Ombudsman that women did not suffer any direct financial loss from the delay. However, the question is about the impact of the delay in sending these letters. The evidence taken as a whole, including from 2007, suggests the majority of 1950s-born women would not have read and recalled the contents of an unsolicited pensions letter, even if it had been sent earlier. Furthermore, the evidence also suggests that those less knowledgeable about pensions, the very women who most needed to engage with a letter and where it might have made a difference, were the least likely to read it. So an earlier letter would have been unlikely to make a difference to what the majority of women knew about their own state pension age. Indeed, the 2007 report concluded automatic pension forecast letters only had a negligible impact on pension knowledge and planning, and the Department stopped sending them. The evidence shows that the vast majority of 1950s-born women already knew the state pension age was increasing, thanks to a wide range of public information, including through leaflets, education campaigns, information in GP surgeries, on TV, radio, cinema and online. To specifically compensate only those women who suffered injustice would require a scheme that could reliably verify the individual circumstances of millions of women. That includes whether someone genuinely didn't know their state pension age was changing and whether they would have read and remembered a letter from many years ago and acted differently. It would not be practical to set up a compensation scheme to assess conclusively the answers to these questions. As for a flat rate scheme, that would cost up to £10.3 billion and would simply not be right or fair, given it would be paid to the vast majority who were aware of the changes. I've heard calls for compensation aimed at lower income pensioners, and we have focused in the last 12 months on raising pension credit uptake, but in the context of this decision, a scheme focused on any single income group still doesn't specify who may or may not have suffered injustice. And that is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, in taking this new decision, the Government has come to the same conclusion on compensation as my right honourable friend, the previous Secretary of State, announced in December 2024. I know that many people feel the state pension age should not have gone up in the way that it did. Indeed, Labour argued against the 2011 policy decision put in place by the Conservative Lib Dem coalition that accelerated the increase. But I repeat what I said at the start of my statement. This is a different issue to the one the Ombudsman investigated and that we are responding to today, which relates to the communication of changes in the state pension age and narrowly to a delay in sending letters over a relatively short period. The changes from 2011 underline the importance that decisions on the state pension age carry and the impact they have on people's lives. I take seriously the need to weigh carefully any future changes. That is why, with the Ombudsman, the Department has been developing an action plan for the future. Work on that stopped pending today's new decision, and I can confirm that it will now resume. This also underlines why we are determined to ensure that all pensioners on lower incomes, the majority of whom are women, have a better life in retirement, just as Labour has done in the past. From the Wilson government, that first formally linked the uprating of pensions to the higher of earnings or prices, to the last Labour government that lifted 1 million pensioners out of poverty. We introduced pension credit, which is vital in topping up the incomes of the poorest pensioners, with women consistently making up the majority of those benefiting since we introduced it in 2003. And we are ensuring that more pensioners get that extra income, with the biggest ever campaign to increase take-up. This saw tens of thousands of more awards to the pension credit in the year up to November compared to the previous year. In addition, our commitment to the triple lock for this Parliament means that women will see their state pension rise by up to £575 this year, with incomes up to £2,100 a year higher by the end of the Parliament. Indeed, overall spending on the state pension is set to be over £30 billion a year higher by the end of this Parliament compared to 2024-25. And we're putting record investment into the NHS, meaning thousands more pensioners are getting the operations and treatment that they need rather than being left in pain on waiting lists. That is the positive difference that this government is making. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe it was right to review the evidence, and that having done so, we've made the right decision based on due process and the body of evidence. And at the same time, looking to the future, we are taking important steps to support women in retirement and help them to build a better life for themselves and their families, and I commend this statement to the House.
I call the Shadow Minister, Mark Garnier.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. So as constituency MPs, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will all have met many people, many campaigners from the Women Against State Pension Inequality campaign group, the WASPI Women. I'm sure that many members of this House will have received a large amount of correspondence on this recently, and if they're anything like me, where I've had 150 emails recently about this, they will really feel the strength of opinion there is out there on this thing. But it is safe to say that both our constituents and as members of Parliament, we have been left wanting by this government. In December 2024, the previous Secretary of State, the Right Honourable Member for Leicester West, told this House that the government would not compensate these women. Let me remind colleagues what her rationale was. And I quote, "The government do not believe that paying a flat rate to all women at a cost of up to £10.5 billion would be a fair or proportionate use of taxpayers' money." She tried to also argue that they couldn't afford it because of holes in the government finances. But as my right honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, rightfully said, the government compensation should always be based on what is fair and just. So before getting into government, it seemed that Labour MPs did think that an injustice had been done. And let us remind our colleagues of what members of this government have said in the past. The Prime Minister himself called this situation a huge injustice. The Deputy Prime Minister and Justice Secretary slammed the cliff edge, he said, that faced WASPI women. The Foreign Secretary said she was fighting for a fair deal for the WASPI women. The Chancellor of the Exchequer claimed to want justice for WASPI women. Even the current Secretary of State, Madam Deputy Speaker, got in on the action, where he put out a social media post with the caption, "Members of Parliament campaigning for a better deal for WASPI women." Is it no wonder, therefore, that the WASPI women who were promised so much are so angry? The people who used to stand beside them have now turned against them. If the government really believed that these women had faced a great injustice, they would have found a way to compensate them. They could have avoided a deal with Mauritius that will cost us all £35 billion. But they chose not to. They could have found savings on our country's benefit bill, but they chose not to. They had 14 years to prepare for government and are messing up by doing nothing. And that brings us to the statement from the Secretary of State today. Isn't it convenient, Madam Deputy Speaker, that he should choose a sitting day when most MPs are not here? It's almost as if they don't want to hear the criticism from his own backbenchers. In reality, all the Secretary of State is doing is announcing that nothing has changed and that they won't be compensating WASPI women. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have a few questions. Given he previously campaigned for a better deal for WASPI women, Does he think that today's announcement provides that better deal? Secondly, in his statement, the Secretary of State tries to argue that this is somehow our fault on this side of the chamber. However, he forgets that the maladministration, which the previous Secretary of State apologised for, was committed under the last Labour government before 2010. This is something that the Ombudsman report made explicitly clear. So can the Secretary of State just hold his hands up and take accountability for these mistakes? Thirdly, and this is a really interesting point, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State chose to mention the triple lock in his statement, and he chose to say that the state pension would go up by up to £575 this year, with an expected income rises by up to £2,100 a year by the end of this Parliament. Now, we all know there's no cap on the triple lock. There's no cap on the triple lock. But he makes a point where he says it will go by up to 2,100. So is he implying that the triple lock is about to be capped? Can he confirm that he's apparently U-turning on their policy on the triple lock by imposing a cap? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, isn't it now just fact that this government resemble, frankly, a bunch of joyriders pulling handbrake turns in a Tesco car park when they should be a serious party of government? Their backbenchers keep being marched up the hill only to be told to march down again. They even take the whip away from them for having a conscience, only to be told later that ministers are proud to support policies that were only recently sackable offences. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, does he really think this constant back and forth is fair on WASPy women? I look forward to his comments.
The honourable gentleman's response. He's right that there's been a forceful and an energetic campaign which has resulted in lots of emails and contact with members right across the House. But his government had this report from the Ombudsman. They could have taken a decision before the election. They chose not to, as with so many other issues. And perhaps the Ombudsman had an inkling of how unlikely it would be to get a decision from the government, because the Ombudsman of the time made the recommendations on remedy to Parliament rather than to his government. Now he refers to Labour, to me, to other MPs on this side of the House. I remind him, we did vote against the acceleration in the rise to the state pension age that was put through by the coalition government. In terms of the re-examination of the decision, I thought it was right to do, to make absolutely sure that we got this right, considering not just the 2007 report, but a whole range of evidence and documents. I have repeated the apology given by my predecessor for the maladministration that the Ombudsman found. And as for his comments on the triple lock, there is no change in our position, and the figures quoted reflect the estimates of the OBR throughout the Parliament.
I'll now call Barry Gardner, followed by Steve Darling. Barry Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure my right honourable friend will appreciate the enormous disappointment on this side of the House. Only 2 years before the general election, our now Prime Minister spoke in favour of a just settlement for WASPy women. I acknowledge what he said, that this was not contained in our manifesto. We did not make that promise in the manifesto, and it's a manifesto that we all stood on. But he will recognise that there is a real sense of injustice that has been done to those women, and today has not remediated that.
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful for my honourable friend's question, and I understand what he says, but it's important to also consider exactly what is at issue here in the statement. There are many people who are unhappy with the rise in the state pension age and the decision to equalise it. And this decision does not deal with that. It deals with a specific issue of how this was communicated over a specific period of time. And it's really important in this to separate these two things. I believe on that grounds we have considered this very carefully, not just once, but twice now, and given this due and proper process. It is right to apologise for the maladministration, but I believe that the decision that we've taken on remedy and compensation is also the correct one.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I must say I met a few weeks ago with the Secretary of State where we reflected on him being a fan of Celtic and Bruce Springsteen, but I wasn't aware that he was also a member of the Magic Circle, because clearly he's trying to set up a number of illusions around us of issues that this is to do with and comments, when actually it is all about whether these women were communicated adequately. And I would reflect on what my right honourable colleagues was stating just now. It's about injustice. And when you get elected as an MP and you're somewhat disappointed as a Liberal Democrat not to be a member of the government, that actually it is about seeking out injustice and tackling this. And yet the Secretary of State is putting this in the too hard to do file. There are more than 3.6 million WASPy women across the UK who will feel this as if it were a punch in the stomach. They will feel utterly betrayed, and they will feel betrayed because false hope was given to them in the autumn, and so that hope has been dashed. I'd like to thank the more than 100 MPs from across the United Kingdom who supported the letter I coordinated calling for justice for WASPy women, but sadly this fell on stony ground. So I'd like to ask the Secretary of State, what engagement did he have with the Ombudsman before coming to his final conclusions around this? And also, can he please explain further why he has chosen to ignore the recommendation of the Ombudsman to give justice to WASPy women and pay compensation?
Secretary of State.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. He's certainly right about Celtic and Bruce Springsteen and my allegiance to both. But there is no illusion about the position of his party. He says, with a tinge of regret, that he wishes they were in government. But they were in government, and that's the point. Yeah. And in 2011, they took the decision to accelerate the equalisation and the raising of the state pension age. So they were in government and were in the position of being able to take these decisions. The heart of this is something different. It is about how these decisions were communicated and whether people really could have done something differently. Now, he asks about engagement with the Ombudsman. I, of course, have looked at their report. The Ombudsman, the current Ombudsman, recently met the Permanent Secretary, and in terms of future work, as I said in my statement, we will pick up the work that was paused on the action plan so that in future, when we're considering the state pension age, we not only consider policy, but fully consider all the aspects of communication and the period of warning, things that were distinctly not done when that decision to accelerate the state pension age happened under his government in the coalition.
Dame Chiomora.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State knows just how disappointing so many will find this statement. The WASPy women who feel so strongly the injustice they have suffered. And he has set out the reasons in principle and in practice, and I appreciate that, and how the Labour government will support low-income pensioners. But I want to talk about the personal. I suspect the Secretary of State, like me and many in this House, started full-time work in his 20s, and it was not physically arduous. I think of my constituent who started work at 15, hard physical work, and found herself required to continue working many years after she expected to be retired and as her health deteriorated. What help and support can the Secretary of State offer her?
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and I'd say two things in response to the issue she raises. It is right that as the state pension age has gone up, How that affects people will be influenced by the kind of lives that they've led, the toughness of the work that they've done. But I say to her, that's an argument about the raising of the state pension age. And while I appreciate a lot of the correspondence has been about that, it is a different issue from the one that the Ombudsman was looking at. And in terms of how we look after pensioners and what our policy is, that's exactly why we have pension credit to help lower income pensioners. It's why we put it in place in 2003 and why we've put extra effort into making sure that entitlement to that benefit is taken up by those who could have access to it.
Mark Pritchard.
The Secretary of State is a fellow West Midlands Member of Parliament, and he will know Shropshire very well. And can I just say that many of my constituents born in the 1950s, WASPy women, will be very, very disappointed by today's announcement. He talks about miscommunication, maladministration, says little about compensation, of course, which means the injustice continues. He mentions an action plan. Could you give a little bit more detail on how the action plan will contribute towards assuaging some of the anger as a result, no doubt, of this non-announcement today, and disappointing announcement, and what real help can be given to WASPy women in different ways, including those that aren't entitled or qualify for pension credit?
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful to my West Midlands colleague for his question. He talks about disappointment. I mean, his frontbench spokesperson could have, in the time allocated to him, have promised to take a different decision were the party opposite ever to return to power. And they had a chance to take a different decision when they were in power, but chose not even to respond to the report, let alone to outline what that decision might be. He asks about the action plan and specifically what it will cover. Two things at the heart of it: communications and the handling of complaints. If we are raising the state pension age over time in the country, it's important that we get the communications right. That's what we want to do in our work with the Ombudsman going forward.
John Trickett.
Thank you very much. And on the position of the WASPy women, there are 300,000 in Yorkshire and 6,500 in my constituency. And in Yorkshire, we believe politicians should say what they mean and mean what they say. And Labour opposed this proposal when it was first introduced. And our leading spokesman continued to say they wanted to and would deliver justice to the WASPy women. This is not justice today. And for many, many women in my constituency and elsewhere who I've met and discussed, the idea that there will be an accelerated process of getting to a higher pension age came like a bolt out of the blue. They had no idea this was coming so quickly. It disrupted families' plans, financial structures of their lives, and it was a disgrace introduced by the parties opposite. But the government still has a chance to put this right. And I say this to the Minister: he hasn't heard the end of this problem or of the voice of the WASPy women either.
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. He's right to remind the House, and we oppose many policies of the coalition government and the Tory governments that were in power over the last 14 years. He's also right to say that 5 years' notice was not enough, and that's why we opposed it in the vote. In terms of our responsibilities now, that is why we've put such a stress on looking after pensions properly, maintaining the value of the basic state pension. I outlined what that would mean for this Parliament in the statement that I gave, and for poorer pensioners, making sure pension credit is there and making sure that the maximum take-up of that benefit is there so that people can get access to the benefits to which they are entitled.
John Glenn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Government's apology for the maladministration and the clarity today, but many Salisbury WASPy women will be very disappointed by the decision. I'm just wondering if the Secretary of State could say a little bit more about what options did he look at to compensate the most vulnerable, the poorest of the WASPy women, because I recognise the enormous cost would be too much overall. But what options did he pursue? When I was in government, the option to withdraw the winter fuel payment was one that I resisted because of the impracticalities of doing so fairly. What options were put to him, and couldn't he have compensated the poorest, as I think many would have been sympathetic to?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I have great respect for the Right Honourable Member, and he will have considered some of these issues in government because, of course, he had long service as a Treasury Minister. I like the Honourable Gentleman a lot, but I have to say he could have taken decisions on this when his party were in power. In terms of the lowest income pensioners, I make 2 points. The first point is to repeat what I said in my statement, which is that the first point is to repeat what I said in my statement, which is that the problem with any flat rate scheme is it would compensate people who knew about the state pension age rising, as well as maybe those who didn't. And for lower income pensioners, that is precisely why we have pension credit, so that there is access to another benefit for pensioners who are living on particularly low incomes. We introduced pension credit back in 2003, and since we came back into office in 2024, we've put extra effort into making sure that it's taken up, which has resulted in tens of thousands of additional pensioners having access to pension credit.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I have to say, I suppose I should declare an interest as a 1950s born woman. So I do that. And I must say that this is a disappointing statement, and I can only associate myself with the remarks made by my honourable friend, the member for Brent West, which we don't always do, but I do. And I want to take the opportunity to thank all the WSPI women who have been campaigning so hard and working so hard on this issue with many of us. And the question, I suppose, is how has this been communicated to the WSPI group?
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank sustained campaign that has made a big impact on members, and you can see that from the questions that are asked in the House today. In terms of the communication, as soon as it became clear to me that there was relevant evidence which had not been shown to my predecessor, I made a decision to retake this decision, looking not just at that, but at a wider body of evidence. I came to the House in November, informed the House I was going to do that, and told Mr. Speaker and the House that when I had gone through the process and reached a conclusion to that process, I would come back at the earliest opportunity and announce those conclusions to the House, and that's exactly what I'm doing today.
Testimony.
Should get a payout and an apology. Now the WSPI women in my constituency have another apology, but they've not received a penny in compensation for the maladministration found by the Ombudsman. So why has the government chosen to accept one half of the recommendations? And if I may say, I think it's probably the easy half, but not the other, which at literally £1,000 to £2,950 for each woman is hardly a high cost for justice in the grand scheme of government funding considerations.
I thank her for her question. As I say, we do accept the finding on maladministration, but in terms of this issue of what difference earlier communications would have made, particularly to those who knew the least about the increase in their state pension age, taking all the survey evidence in the round, it suggests that a majority of women knew the state pension age was increasing. Now, she asks about the up to £10 billion that it would cost for a compensation scheme and minimises the cost of that. And I don't want to be excessively partisan today, but I do have to say that it is the easiest thing to come in here every day and call for billions for this and billions for that, and then oppose all the revenue-raising measures that have to be put through in any budget. This is not a situation where we should do that and simply add to the pattern of doing that. It is a substantial amount of money, and if we were to go down that road, we would end up compensating a significant number of women who knew that their state pension age was increasing and to whom there has been no injustice.
Mary Glendon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister stated that the evidence shows that the vast majority of 1950s born women already knew the state pension age was increasing. I was also a 1950s born woman, like my honourable friend. Does the Minister honestly think there would have been such a massive campaign over the was true and did know about their pensions, and in particular the 1954 women who were treated so unjustly by the coalition government? Surely the Minister believes they do deserve compensation for that terrible shock they received back in 2011.
I thank her for her question. In terms of the evidence I considered, there is a decision document which has been placed in the Library of the House, which sets all that out, together with various surveys, all of which are in the public domain, that were considered in the course of me reaching this decision. I think the campaign is understandable because of the steep acceleration that was legislated for by the coalition government. Now, we opposed that at the time, and the lesson for the future is to give good notice and predictability in rises in the state pension age, and that is at the absolute heart of the action plan that we are working with on the Ombudsman for the future.
Kirsty Blackman.
Its colleagues also stood with WASPI women, holding boards that say we support the WASPI women, holding boards that say we support compensation for the WASPI women. The Minister is standing there holding his hands up saying, I'm very sorry that the previous administration forgot to send out a letter, but we're not going to do anything about it because it wouldn't have made a difference anyway. Has he listened to the voices of WASPI women who've come to every single one of us and said, I didn't get that letter. I did not know that the state pension age was increasing, and I found myself, like one of the backbenchers over there said, I found myself having to work far longer in a physical job than I ever expected to because I wasn't given the notice. Is this the change that the Labour government promised when they came in last year?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I will defend to the hill our protection of the state pension, our increases in the state pension, which, as I said, are £575 for the new state pension from April, and our extra help for poorer pensioners. There was a wide range of communications about this. Letters are one part of that, but they're not the only part of that. And when you take into account the survey evidence as a whole, most people knew the state pension age was increasing. Like I said to the previous questioner from the Liberal Democrats, if she wants to pledge compensation in some way, she's entitled to do that. But we have looked at the evidence in the round. I repeat the apology for the maladministration, but I think that we've reached the right decision today.
Patricia Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his statement this morning. My right honourable friend is a very serious individual, and his statement today was very serious, but it helpfully enumerated that the majority of pensioners on lower incomes are women, and that women make up the majority of those depending on pension credit. So the anger that WASPI women feel about this steep increase in age is very understandable. And many of these women paid what my mother used to call the small stamp, which makes their situation even more vulnerable. However, I accept that the Minister's statement is largely about the Ombudsman's decision. So can he indicate today what conversations he's had with the Ombudsman, specifically about why he made that recommendation? And also can he tell the Chamber what communication he's had with the WASPI women about his decision?
Secretary of State.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are often encouraged to make our statements to Parliament first. And that is what I've done, because when I came in November to announce that I was retaking the decision, I made that statement to Parliament first and made a pledge that day that when I'd reached a conclusion, I would come back to announce it in Parliament first. And that is, I think, the right way to communicate this. She talks about women who paid, as she referred to the small stamp. That is right, and that's why we've moved away from the old system to the new state pension for the future, and for the majority of pensioners on lower income. I stress again the importance of pension credit and our efforts to make sure that those pensioners entitled to it, the majority of whom are women, take advantage of their entitlement, make the application. That's what it's there for. It's there to help lower income pensioners.
Rachel Gilmore.
I have thousands of WASPy women in my constituency, which is already a very deprived constituency. I cannot express how angry they feel and how disappointed they feel today, and I am afraid I am going to have to use strong language. This is simply gaslighting by this Labour government. They know full well it wasn't about whether the letters were sent earlier, it is whether they were sent at all. Doesn't the Minister really need to accept that point?
Secretary of State.
I think it's right to focus on exactly what this is about and what it's not. The acceleration of the state pension age was something that we opposed. What the Ombudsman looked at was the specific issue of when letters were sent over a specific time period. So I feel I've been accurate in the statement that I've made today. And in the future, the lesson, if we go back to the 2011 decision, should be that increases in the state pension age should be announced in good time so that people have the chance to prepare. That's a policy decision. It is not the decision that the Ombudsman specifically examined with regard to communication.
Melanie Arm.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government has rightly taken action in situations relating to Hillsborough victims, the coal miners' pension scheme, some postmasters in the post office scandal as well. And yet this situation really does seem to have been put in the too hard to deal with box. Why does he think that these women should accept this outcome? And why does he think it always is women who seem to get such a rough end of the deal?
Madam Deputy Speaker, the equalisation of the state pension age, I know, has produced quite a lot of opposition. I think the 2011 decision was too quick. That's why we opposed it at the time. But on the issue of compensation, to which she really refers, if we were to do this for everyone affected, we would end up, or everyone in this age group, we would end up compensating a significant number of people who knew that their state pension age was increasing. We don't think that would be the right and fair thing to do, and that's why we've reached the conclusion that I've announced today.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Secretary of State, I must register my deep concerns on behalf of the 5,000 WASPy women in my constituency. Whether it's the Ombudsman's report and hiding behind that report as a way of saying, no, we can't help the WASPy woman. I know the WASPy woman back home would speak to me every week and always ask me about this particular subject, or ask me again, Jim, what's happening now? Where are we? Unfortunately, those vulnerable those most vulnerable, elderly, disabled, people who have waited all this time have nothing. So I need to put that on record. I can also say, Secretary of State, that for some who listen to the cases as the Secretary of State put forward, will ask the question, what does that actually mean? How does that? So I suppose my question will also be, Secretary of State, I think the WASPy woman will need some explanation, and is there some way of letting them know? And at the end, the last point that the Secretary of State made, and it's how the pension uplift, about pension credit, and about how they can help. Can I suggest one other way that perhaps maybe government can help them people? It won't be in any way a fallback case, but it would be something maybe when it comes to self-assessment and letters. Those who are WASP people, those who are over a certain age, find it incredibly hard to go online and create the whole system, and there has to be some methodology whereby those elderly people will know every penny they get in for their use will not be lost in the tax beforehand. There must be a methodology rather than going online, which elderly people can't do. There must be a system.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I remind the House that by the end of this Parliament, due to our commitment to increasing the basic state pension, we will be spending an estimated £30 billion a year more on the state pension. That is a testament to our commitment to maintaining the value of the basic state pension and making sure that people have a good and decent retirement. And that, of course, is for his constituents as much as any other member's constituents. In terms of the full reasoning behind the decision, there is a full decision document which I've deposited in the library of the House today, which is available to him. And in terms of online and face-to-face, he's right that for this service and any other service, it's important when people are accessing a benefit that they have a range of channels through which they can do that, so that people don't lose out for the reasons that he suggested.
Kirstine Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement today and the repeated apology on behalf of the Government. But like many members on these benches and across the House, I've long supported WASPy women in West Lothian and in Falkirk, and may I commend them for their perseverance over many, many years. I've spoken to several women who've experienced significant financial hardship and emotional and physical strain, and I share their undoubted disappointment today. But can I ask if he's considered the impact of this decision on the perception and indeed the efficacy of the role of the Ombudsman, which recommended that compensation be paid?
Chris Day.
I'm grateful to her for her question. In terms of the role of the Ombudsman, we do take the role of the Ombudsman very seriously. The report was fully and very properly considered, but decisions on a compensation scheme of this scale will always in the end be for ministers and government to take, and I think that's the right and understandable approach.
Douglas McAllister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've got no doubt that my 6,000 Western Berkshire WASPy women will be very angry with this decision, but can I ask the Secretary of State, will today's announcement mean that the legal proceedings challenging the Government's original decision, will they now continue? And what plans do we have to sit down, if any, to sit down, get round the table and try to avoid legal proceedings?
Madam Deputy Speaker, legal proceedings, or initiation or otherwise, won't be a decision for me, and I can't predict what would happen in terms of future legal proceedings. That is a decision for others. My responsibility is to set out the decision in the proper way to Parliament, and I believe that in the statement I gave in November and the one that I've given today, I've done that and given the House the reasons for that.
Samantha Niblett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my constituency of South Derbyshire, I have about 5,400 women affected by this. Not all of them know. My own mum sort of shrugged her shoulders and went, oh, OK. But there are some women who do know, and they'll be listening today really disappointed. I was very proud to put my name in campaign for the brilliant support that government offered to MPS and BC SSS, hundreds of beneficiaries in my constituency. But this does look like we're letting women of a certain age down, women who were so frequently on the back foot, and the message really does sound like it's a little bit too a little bit too tricky to address. And whilst I acknowledge that 10.3 billion as a flat rate might be not the right thing to do, is there not something we can do to acknowledge the campaigning of these women that we supported for so many years?
Secretary of State.
I thank her for her question, and I mentioned the difficulties of a flat rate scheme, But an individual scheme also would face great practical difficulties, which I set out in my statement, in terms of ascertaining in each individual case who did or didn't get a letter, who can remember getting the letter, what they would have done differently, and so on. It is a great practical difficulty to do that, as well as the difficulties of a flat rate scheme.
Point of order.
John MacDonald, point of order.
So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an extremely significant matter to be announced on a Thursday when the House is usually light in its attendance, and also with limited notice, and also with a very detailed document lodged in the House of Commons Library. I'd ask, Madam Deputy Speaker, whether, through your officers, liaising with the Treasury front bench, that time can be found over the next fortnight, that there is a full opportunity for a full and comprehensive debate on this particular issue. Because I know when I get back to my constituents, there'll be very many very angry people who feel they've been let down, if not betrayed. And it needs, I think members need the opportunity to be able to come back here and reflect the concerns of their constituents.
Yeah. I thank the right honourable gentleman, for his point of order. The timing of a statement is a matter for the government. However, the Treasury benches will have heard his point of order, and there is also the avenue open to the right honourable gentleman of applying for a backbench business debate. Thank you. That concludes the statement, and we now move on to the next statement, and I'll give the front benches a few moments to cross over. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With your permission, I would like to make a statement on prison capacity. Today, the Government is publishing the second annual statement on prison capacity, and a copy will be placed in the libraries of both houses. This statement reflects this Government's determination to be open and honest about the state of our justice system, not to hide the problems, not to downplay the pressure, but to face reality and to act decisively. Today's annual statement sets out the latest prison population projections and supply forecasts, and the picture it paints is clear. Our prisons are still under severe strain. The risks we inherited from our predecessors have not vanished overnight, but the figures today do show that without the action this government took, opposed every step of the way by the Conservatives and Reform, our law and order system today would be in crisis. Criminals allowed to roam the streets, victims failed. Madam Deputy Speaker, for the first time in a very long time, we are no longer forecasting a chronic deficit of prison places. When the impact of this government's landmark sentencing reforms is taken into account, supply is now expected to keep pace with demand in our central projected scenario. This is real progress. But let me be absolutely clear, this is not the time for complacency. The system remains under considerable pressure. The margin for error is slim, and the work to stabilise it is far from finished. Today's statement only furthers this government's determination to fix the system fundamentally. Let us remember where we came from. This government inherited a prison system on the brink of collapse. At one point in 2024, there were fewer than 100 places left across the entire adult male estate. Had we allowed prisons to overflow, as the party opposite were happy to risk, courts would have been forced to suspend trials, police would have been unable to make arrests, and criminals would have been left to run amok on the streets of this country, as we were forced to release thousands of offenders as an emergency measure with no proper plan in place like the last government left us. We were just one bad day, Madam Deputy Speaker. A protest turned ugly, or a surge in defendants in custody awaiting trial from a total collapse of the criminal justice system. This is not alarmism. This was a dangerously real possibility, and it was the direct legacy of 14 years of neglect by the last Tory government, years in which only 500 net prison places were added over more than a decade, while demands surged relentlessly. The Shadow Justice Secretary, and I welcome him to his place, had a role in this sorry mess. Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2016 and 17, he was Chief of Staff to the then Prime Minister, and his Tory government during that period closed 262 more prison places than they opened. They now, in opposition, oppose every action that fixes the problem they caused. In short, Madam Deputy Speaker, doing nothing, as advocated by the Tories and Reform, would have risked the total breakdown of law and order in this country. We know the last government chose to stick its head in the sand and not face up to the crisis they created, but we cannot ignore that, because the alternative, doing nothing, would have been a reckless gamble with public safety which no responsible government could countenance. That is why in September 2024, faced with the immediate risk of gridlock, we took decisive emergency action. We changed the automatic release point for certain standard determinant sentences from 50% to 40% to ease the intolerable pressure on the system. Madam Deputy Speaker, it was not an easy decision, it was the responsible decision. Emergency action brought us some time, and in December 2024, we set out our 10-year prison capacity strategy, the most ambitious prison building programme since the Victorian era. We committed up to £7 billion towards the delivery of 14,000 additional prison places by 2031. And today's statement shows that this commitment is not just rhetoric, but the reality that this government is driving forward. Since July 24, we have delivered around 2,900 additional prison places, including the opening of HMP Millsyke in March 2025 and a new house block at HMP Foss Way in December. Around 5,000 more places are now under construction, including new house blocks at existing prisons and a brand new prison in Leicestershire, HMP Welland Oaks, due to open in 2029. Major infrastructure projects always carry risk, but based on the latest assessments, this government has retained its delivery target of 14,000 new places by 2030.
Order. I am interested in hearing what the Minister's got to say, and I'm also very, very concerned because I think that our constituents want to hear what the Minister's got to say. Minister.
I'm very grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. We cannot build our way out of this problem alone. Without further reform, the prison population is projected to rise by around 3,000 people every year, outstripping supply even with the largest prison build programme in generations. That is why wholesale reform is essential. This government had the courage to act. First, by launching the Independent Sentencing Review, led by the former Conservative Lord Chancellor, David Gauke. And it was because of that work that we have now been able to deliver the landmark Sentencing Act, legislation that will ensure punishment works to cut crime and to protect the British public. These reforms are about being smart, responsible and honest about what works. They will keep dangerous offenders off our streets, end the revolving door of less serious offenders going in and out of prison, and put victims first, with tougher and more credible punishments outside prison. The provisions in that Act include a presumption to suspend short custodial sentences for less serious offenders, because we know that these do not work in so many cases. Almost 60% of those jailed for less than a year reoffend within 12 months. That means more crime and more victims. This reform is expected to have a particular effect on women in prison. Nearly 80% of women who receive custodial sentences spend mere weeks in prison. This causes huge problems for their prospect of rehabilitation, costs the taxpayer millions. We can do much better. And for offenders who do go to prison, release will depend on their behaviour while inside. Release at the earlier point will be theirs to lose, and those who behave badly can be kept in for longer, right up until the end of their sentence. This model is based on that used in Texas, where crime is down, prisons are being closed, and the taxpayer is saving money. When offenders are released, they will face strengthened licence period with swift recall to custody if they step out of line. New strict licence conditions will be tailored to risk, such as banning alcohol-fuelled offenders from pubs or keeping troublemakers away from football matches. And more offenders will be forced to pay back their debt to victims and the communities they've harmed with financial penalties or through unpaid work. Taken together, Madam Deputy Speaker, these reforms are expected to reduce the prison population by around 7,500 places by 2028, while improving outcomes for victims and keeping the public safe. And to take that further, the Act will also make it quicker and easier to deport foreign national offenders from our prison estate. We have already seen a dramatic increase in the number of foreign national offenders leaving our country under this Labour government, and the Act that we have passed will expedite that ambition. And let us be abundantly clear, the figures today also show that this Labour government will be keeping more criminals behind bars than ever before by the end of the Parliament. A sustainable system keeping the public safe. Madam Deputy Speaker, we cannot solve this capacity crisis if we don't support our probation service. They lie at the heart of these reforms. Probation officers supervise some of the most complex and challenging individuals in our justice system. If sentencing reform is to work, probation must be strong, professional and properly supported. That is why this statement also sets out the state of probation capacity, caseloads, workforce and the action we are taking to strengthen it. This government is investing up to £700 million more in probation and community services by the end of the Parliament, a 45% increase on current funding, the largest ever investment in community justice. In doing so, we are delivering the Sentencing Act, workforce growth and expanding electronic monitoring. At least 1,300 trainee probation officers will be recruited in 2025-26. By September 2027, the probation officer staffing levels are expected to rise to around 6,500. There is no disguising the challenge ahead. There is an inevitable time lag before new officers can carry full, complex caseloads independently, but this government is committed to rebuilding probation for the long term. And we are using innovative solutions to assist, with 30 more digital and AI initiatives underway. That includes Justice Transcribe, which is already reducing time spent on note-taking by around 50%, allowing officers to focus on the vital face-to-face work that turns lives around and protects the public. Madam Deputy Speaker, as promised in last year's statement, this government has now made the publication of this annual statement a statutory requirement through the Sentencing Act. That locks in transparency, it forces evidence-based decision-making, and it holds future governments to account. This is a step mark and a turning point. This landmark reform was never a choice, it was a necessity. Doing nothing was never an option. We are increasing capacity, we are strengthening accountability, and we are tackling the problems in our criminal justice system that have been ignored far too long. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is determined that never again will Britain face a situation where there are more prisoners than prison places. Only this government has been willing to take the tough decisions, invest at scale, and reform the system to protect the public. We are facing this challenge head-on, and we will see it through, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is my first chance to speak about prisons as Shadow Justice Secretary, and I want to get straight to the point. Prison works. By taking dangerous and repeat criminals off the streets, prison works. By punishing people who have done wrong, prison works. By sending a clear message that if you're thinking of committing a crime, you will face consequences, prison works. So when the government produces sound plans to increase prison capacity, we will support them. But let's cut the spin from the substance in that statement, because the Minister seems to want a medal for letting criminals out of prison early, and what he said about the new prison places created since the election was utter nonsense. These places were inherited from the last government. All he and his colleagues are doing is turning up to new prisons to cut the ribbon. Millsyke, Foss Way, Welland Oaks, and other prisons he didn't boast about were all set up and funded before the Minister and I were even elected to this House. On the plan for 14,000 new prison places by 2031, he pretends this is some new radical departure. But that number depends entirely on the thousands of places from new prisons and house blocks started under the last government. Let me read his answer to a question tabled by my honourable friend, the member for Huntingdon. Since the 5th of July 2024, and the Minister said this himself, quotes, "No new prisons have been planned or approved. It's a pity he wasn't so candid in the statements just now." And what about the milestones in reaching the new prison places? What will be the consequences if ministers fail to reach them? Is the Minister satisfied that the planning framework, as changed by this government, will mean no delays in construction? How many projects have been stopped since the construction company ISG went bust? If he can't rule out delays, what is his plan B? Can he promise the public there will be no extension to Labour's early release scheme? The crime statistics out today show sex offences are up 8% and shoplifting is up by 5% compared to last year. But with Labour sentencing policies, many of these criminals will avoid going to prison altogether. And what about the performance of the prison service? For all the talk of transparency today, at no point did he admit that prison officer numbers are down under this government by 468. So when he stands up, will he confirm that fact? With reports today that record numbers of offenders are being recalled to prison, will he comment on the serious allegation made by the Prison Officers Association that many criminals are breaching their probation terms so they can return to prison to sell drugs? On the deportation of foreign criminals, there was another statistical sleight of hand. Deportation numbers under this government remain roughly in line with the average of the Coalition and Conservative years in office, and are lower in half of those years. That is true. But I agree that those numbers remain too low, because we should be deporting all the foreign criminals in our prisons. Can the Minister confirm this is also his aim? And can he tell us how we will stop the European Convention on Human Rights getting in the way? Because we on this side of the House are clear we will leave the ECHR. And will he condemn the actions of his boss, the Justice Secretary, who in opposition actively campaigned against the deportation of foreign rapists? And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to ask the Minister a question in principle. He told a journalist this week, quotes, "A pretty big chunk of the overall prison population shouldn't be in prison." His colleague, Lord Timpson, says only a third of prisoners should be locked up. These are my most important questions, so when he rises, he needs to answer very clearly. Is it true only a third of prisoners should definitely be behind bars? And will he say very clearly that he agrees with me that prison works?
Thank you, Madam Deputy. I welcome the new Shadow Justice Secretary to his place. I hope that he can do a better job than his predecessor. Let me deal with this last question first, Madam Deputy Speaker. If he had read what I said, in that interview very carefully, I was talking about youth custody service. I was not talking about the adult estate, so I would urge the honourable gentleman to go back, read that interview and perhaps come to the House and correct the record. Madam Deputy Speaker, on the issue of prison works, prison can work. Prison can work. And I was abundantly clear in the statement that at the end of this Parliament, under this Labour government, there will be more people in prison, more criminals in prison than ever before, so prison can work. But I would just gently urge the Shadow Justice Secretary to delve a little deeper. Look at short-term sentences, for example. Is it the Conservative position today, which wasn't the Conservative position by the end of their time in government, that short-term sentences shouldn't be reformed at all? Because it was in legislation put forward by the Conservative government in the final year in office, never saw the light of day because of the general election, to make exactly the same changes that we're doing now. But now they oppose it. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid that the Conservative position on sentencing is all over the place. When it comes to prison building, they expect to get some praise for panicking in the last year of government, realising they hadn't done anything for 13 years, that they'd underfunded prisons, that places were not keeping up with demand, so they started doing something about it in the final year. But none of those places were delivered under a Conservative government. Unless I'm hallucinating, I've been to these sites, I opened them, I put the shovel in the ground. It's a Labour government that is delivering where the Tories completely failed. And Madam Deputy Speaker, on foreign national offenders, I don't accept the figures that the honourable gentleman set out today. Foreign national offenders are up. They're up under the Labour government. And in the Sentencing Act which they oppose, we're making it far more easier to deport foreign national offenders. There is a real problem that Conservatives opposition have. They're opposing every single step this government is taking to solve the crisis they created, and then they step up and moan about it. Support us. We're getting on with the job. We're reforming sentencing. We're building prison places. We're making sure that the prison system is fit for the future. They should support us rather than moaning from the sidelines.
Chair of the Select Committee, Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The prison population is comprised in significant part of cohorts of prisoners who, for a variety of reasons, should not be there in current numbers. This includes IPP prisoners, foreign national offenders, remand prisoners and, according to press reports today, record numbers of recalled offenders, only around 20% of whom have committed new offences. What more can the government do to reduce the numbers in prison without any threat to public safety? And should the annual statement not also include statistics on rehabilitation, as the Justice Committee has called for in its recent report? In the long term, stopping reoffending is the surest method of controlling prison numbers. So will the Minister comment on the hugely disappointing news in his response to our report that core education in prisons, one of the keys to rehabilitation, is being cut by an average of 20 to 25%?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question. Let me deal with the education point up front. There has not been a cut to the overall budget in education, but it's right to say that there are challenges because the cost of the contract has increased. We are looking at making proposals about how we can ensure that education provision has the appropriate amount of resource. And we'll be making further announcements in due course, and of course have an ongoing dialogue with the Select Committee. On his central point about the number of people in prison that remain in prison that perhaps some people feel do not need to be in prison, of course, some of the provisions in the Sentencing Act, as that Act received royal assent, I think, just last week, as that come into effect, will have an effect on some of that population. We've had a regular dialogue about IPP, and Lord Timpson and the other places leading on that issue, and continues to take that cohort under review. And on foreign national offenders, as I've just said to the Shadow Justice Secretary, Madam Deputy Speaker, this government is taking more action than the last government, and the legislation we've just passed will make it easier to take further action. We're all the time having ongoing conversations with other nations about prisoner transfer agreements that will make it far easier to deport foreign national offenders and far safer to do so as well. This is not the end of the way. The Sentencing Act is just the beginning. And as I set out in the statement, we're continuing to work hard to make sure that we're never in the situation we were in July in 2024.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Jess Brown-Fuller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government inherited a justice system in shambles after years of Conservative complacency and mismanagement. Overcrowding, administrative failures and cuts to vital services means the Justice Department too often appears to be moving from one crisis to the next as they try and fix an entire justice system that has been broken for a long time. Now, we in the Liberal Democrats did welcome the long-term provisions that the government has made to reduce pressure on the system, such as the presumption against short sentences and investment in capacity, and it is clear from today's report that those provisions in the sentencing bill are going to have a meaningful impact on demand for prison places in coming years. But I do have some questions for the Minister today. The proportion of female prisoners serving less than 12 months is 4 times that of the male population. Given the presumption against custody introduced by the sentencing bill, can the Minister outline what, if any, work is being undertaken to consider the future capacity in the prison female population estate that may be freed up due to the measures taken in the sentencing bill? The report also outlines government ambition to secure new land for future provision of prison builds. Can the Minister outline a timeline for this and for when currently under construction prison places will come online? Alongside this, the Minister has laid out plans to increase the number of probation officers to 6,500 by 2027. Retention of officers has been a long-standing issue within the probation system, and this has been compounded in recent years by the uptick of less experienced staff. Will the Minister set out what measures the Department will take to improve retention and whether this government will meet the HMPPS staffing level of 7,114 officers by the end of this Parliament? Now, the Minister has rightly said that reducing reoffending is key to easing long-term pressure on the system. Education is central to that ambition, providing prisoners with the skills they need to rejoin society after their sentences end and avoid making the same mistakes again. Yet, prison education is being cut, not strengthened, as the Chair of the Justice Select Committee said. In fact, last month, the Independent Monitoring Board wrote to the Prisons Minister outlining the impact that real-term cuts beyond inflation rates were having on education. So will the Minister please explain how the government expects to deliver a rehabilitative programme system and reduce reoffending while prison boards are being forced to make dramatic cuts to education budgets?
Minister.
Thank you. I welcome the honourable member's question. Dealing with the issue of women prisoners, as I set out in the statement, short-term sentences disproportionately affects female prisoners. My recollection of the statistic is actually that the average sentence that a female prisoner faces is around 7 weeks when they're sentenced to a sentence of less than 12 months, which is often completely absurd and can affect the prisoner, the family detrimentally and not lead to rehabilitation. So short-term sentences is a massive part of what we're trying to do around that cohort, but there's also the Women's Justice Board that Lord Timpson is leading on, which is looking at provisions about how we can assist that particular cohort who often have very particular needs. On prison places, of course, there is always market volatility. As this government knows, we're trying to build 1.5 million houses. We've got a commitment to investing in infrastructure, and that can also always be complex and it can be too difficult at times, and we're trying to change that. Part of having this annual statement is to make sure that any government is held to account for the prison places they've committed. We've committed to building and delivering 14,000 by 2030, and I'm confident that we will do that. On probation officers, you're right to raise, forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker, she's right to raise the issue of retention. We are having regular conversations with relevant trade unions and, of course, meeting with probation officers on a regular basis. It's a very important part of my job and all Justice Ministers' jobs as well. That work is ongoing and we hope to be able to update the House shortly on it. And look, on education, I understand the Honourable Member's point. We are undertaking a lot of work in this area on education, often working with the third sector. There's no point pretending that there is no fiscal pressure in the justice system at the moment. Our twin focus is on ensuring that we solve the prison capacity crisis, that we deal with the court backlog, but we will be making sure that we support educational provision in our prisons wherever possible.
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I support the comments made by my honourable friend, the member for Hammersmith and Chiswick, when he says there are too many people in prison that shouldn't be there. And part of the problem with prison capacity is that our laws on joint enterprise mean that someone can be convicted of a serious crime without making a significant contribution to that crime, often leading to multiple people serving mandatory life sentences when only one person was guilty. Locking up multiple people results in lack of prison capacity. So does the Minister agree with me that we need urgent reform of joint enterprise laws so that only those who make a significant contribution to a crime can be found guilty?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend has been a champion on this issue for a long time. I'm very happy to meet with her and the group to discuss the complexities of that issue, because it is very complex, and I'll get my office to arrange that in due course.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his statement? He said that the release of prisoners will depend on their behaviour while inside. So can he confirm that under his definition of good behaviour, that will include mandatory attendance at education and training, which should result in reduced reoffending? And can he advise the House how he will achieve this, given that the government will be commissioning 25% less education in the coming year? He says the reason for that is the price has increased. Well, that's because the government only contracts very large quantities, contracts, and were he to delegate those budgets to prison governors and give them the freedom to use local suppliers, the price would fall rather than relying on 2 or 3 enormous providers who have the government over a barrel.
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I'm sympathetic to the argument that he's making. We need to look at how we involve third sector, private sector organisations wherever possible, and we're looking at that. In terms of the adjudication process, clearly, that will be developed and implemented over the coming months as the Sentencing Act has received royal assent, but it's a welcome, in my mind, reform based on the Texas model, which showed that they were able to close prisons, reduce crime and save the taxpayer billions of dollars, and we hope to achieve a similar outcome.
Sally Jameson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I remind members of my register of interest as a member of the POA. I just want to back up what the Minister said in retaliation to the Shadow Justice Minister. Prison can indeed work, but words alone are not enough, and when you're in office you've got to back that up with action and actually run your prison estate properly, because I cannot convey into words just how dangerous the overcrowding got leading up to July 24, and I, for one, as I've said before in this House many times, will never ever forget about that. And I think it's pretty brazen to come into this chamber now and claim all these places as a result of decisions taken in the last year of office, because those decisions should have been taken a decade before. Rushing it in the last year, when you literally left the prisons to the point of collapse. You have no jurisdiction talking in this matter in this House today. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for his statement and ask if he will meet with me to discuss what more can be done to increase safety for staff in our prisons. I welcome the decision to introduce PAVA into the youth estate, another decision which was delayed by the party opposite, and I would also ask him to have a look at the National Care Leaver strategy, because they are grossly overrepresented in our prison system, and if we're going to reduce the population, that's something we need to look at in the next 12 months.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam. I always welcome my honourable friends' interventions on this issue. I would gently say to the other side, perhaps when a former prison officer who's worked on the front line is speaking in the House, they should listen rather than chunter and shout. I welcome what she said about Parva. She will know that the then Justice Secretary introduced Parva into the youth estate. It was challenged in the courts, and the High Court has given judgment on that last week, and there is absolutely no plans to change the current position, which under statute we'll be reviewing in the summer of this year in any event. I'm very happy to meet with her in regards to care leavers and prison leavers and how we can make sure that the system properly supports offenders as they re-enter society.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Almost 1 in 6 of the prison population are on remand, and more than 2,500, which is the population of all 3 prisons in Dorset, plus the prison in Wiltshire, have been on remand for more than the custody time limit, including my constituent Liam. Many of these are not a flight or reoffending risk, and some may be innocent. Of course, dealing with the backlog will help, but that will take time. Curfews and tags can be used for some of these that will create space more quickly, but will require court capacity to do more bail hearings, so that can be looked at. Will the Minister look at that option?
Minister.
The honourable member will know, obviously, decisions on individual cases about remand and bail are for our independent judiciary. She's right that fundamentally this is about the backlog in our Crown Courts, and I look forward to the Liberal Democrats supporting legislation that will solve that issue in due course.
Good luck with that.
Lloyd Hatton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for updating the House with this important annual statement. Unfortunately, the Jailhouse Cafe, which is a fantastic rehabilitation initiative for both prisoners and ex-prisoners on Portland, is set to close its doors in the next few days. Expia, the brilliant charity who run this cafe, are currently not in a financial position to carry out essential repair works. The funding that they need to fix up the cafe requires a 10-year occupancy agreement for the cafe building, which so far they have been unable to secure. I know we can find a practical solution to this, Madam Deputy Speaker, so will the Minister work with myself and with Expia to find a simple solution that supports the Jailhouse Cafe reopening later this year?
Minister.
My honourable friend is a brilliant champion for his constituency, and in particular the cafes within it, including this one, and he's been telling me all about how important this is to the local community. I'm very happy to meet with him, and we'll do everything we can to keep this cafe open.
Mark Pritchard.
Mr. Speaker, a Crown Court judge in Shropshire recently referenced the county's shoplifting epidemic. In his statement on page 6, to quote, the government says more credible punishments outside prison. They include a presumption to suspend short custodial sentences for less serious offenders because we know these do not work, end quote. Does the Minister accept that shoplifting is a crime, that it is not victim-free, and in many circumstances a custodial sentence might still be relevant, and despite the sentencing bill soon to be enacted, that the retailers and shopkeepers of Shropshire will know when they go to work in the morning, working hard, getting up early, going to bed late at night, that the profits they make are not going to walk out of the door with somebody who's shoplifting getting away scot-free and getting a free pass from this government?
Minister.
I was going to say I thank the intervention from my humble friend, but he sort of ruined it at the end. Look, shoplifting is a crime. The Home Secretary made an announcement earlier this week about ensuring that we prosecute shoplifting. The issue about the short-term sentencing is that this is a presumption, but clearly we're not banning short-term sentences. Short-term sentences are absolutely vital in lots of cases, particularly in domestic abuse cases. Short-term sentences can be vital, and also prolific offenders, which many shoplifters are.
Tessa Munns.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Minister's statement. The Minister states that the number of extra prison places created since July 2024 is 2,900. But can the Minister say how many cells have been temporarily and permanently closed due to fire safety concerns and other maintenance issues? And can he also state what the impact his department thinks will be the anticipated result of the Leveson review, and whether the Justice Select Committee on which I sit will receive his updated modelling, which includes these reforms, and whether he's going to come and speak to the Justice Select Committee about these things. Thank you.
I'm very happy to come and speak to Justice Select Committee as and when invited. In terms of the fire safety, she raised an important point. I don't have the exact figures to hand, but there are issues in the estate. Happy to write to the honourable member with those figures. There are definitely issues throughout the prison estate with fire safety. Of course, safety being the primary focus, but the effect that has on capacity more generally and maintenance. In terms of the effect of Leveson's report 1 and 2, which will be forthcoming, that will be set out, and the modelling and assessments will be set out as and when the legislation comes before the House. And I'm sure it will be sent to the Justice Select Committee as well.
Bennett objective.
Madam Speaker, with regards to prison capacity, my understanding is that of the 14,000 prison places that are planned, none of them are Category A. So could the Minister confirm how much remaining capacity there currently is within the prison system at Category A, and is he confident that there'll be enough going forwards? And also, with regards to ISG Construction Limited, there were 12 prison projects, including the new prison in Buckinghamshire, which were due to be delivered by ISG before it went into administration. Both of the major project portfolio programmes they're working on are red-rated within that. Can he confirm that all of those projects have now recommenced and that there is now a new contractor delivering those 12 projects?
Minister.
Let me write to the Honourable Gentleman on his last question. I just don't have the details and I don't want to mislead him or the House on that particular case. He raises the issue of high security prisons. There is a particular stream of work going on at the Department looking at the future of that estate, and we'll be updating the House in due course.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement? Does the Minister accept that in the rush to free up space, Government has missed the rehabilitation aspect, which is essential for any real reform? How can Government show prisoners a different way, teach them new skills and give them confidence in their ability to change when sentences are cut, regardless of where we are in the rehabilitation process? Bearing in mind that Northern Ireland is similar to England and Wales, reoffending is significantly higher amongst those serving short sentences, with approximately 51% of adults released from sentences of less than 12 months who reoffend within a year. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman. He said there was a rush to free up space. There was a rush to free up space because we absolutely had to. If we hadn't freed up space within our prison system, the criminal justice system would have collapsed. So there definitely was a rush. He mentions rehabilitation. Absolutely, this government is committed to rehabilitation, and that is a thread throughout the Sentencing Act, which has just received royal assent. Over the next few weeks, I think about my diary. I'm going to a literacy project in Doncaster. I'm going to visit colleges that are linking up to universities, to prison. Sorry, we have to look creatively and holistically to make sure that we have the services and resources in our prisons to offer educational programmes, work programmes. As I said before to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, there's no point pretending that there isn't fiscal pressures in the criminal justice system at the moment. There are, and we have to think a bit creatively and work with partners to overcome them.
That concludes the statement, and I'll give the House a few moments for the front benches to settle and swap over. Now come to the Select Committee statement on behalf of the Health and Social Care Committee. Paulette Hamilton will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of her statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement. These should be brief questions, not full speeches. And can I emphasise that questions should be directed to the Select Committee Chair and not the relevant Government Minister. Front benches, however, may take part in questioning. I call Paulette Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Health and Social Care Committee, it is a pleasure to present to the House our 5th report of this Parliament on the first 1,000 days of life. I begin by thanking the Backbench Business Committee for allocating time for this statement. We chose this subject because this period of life is crucially important for long-term health, education outcomes and life chances, and because child health in this country is at an alarmingly poor state. As the Royal College of Paediatricians and Child Health stated, our children have some of the poorest health outcomes in Europe. That is why this report is so important and why it is essential that we get this right. We know that investment in early intervention is highly cost-effective, yet we are continuing to see rising obesity, uneven uneven vaccination coverage and persistent inequalities. We therefore welcome the government's expansion of the Family Hub network. However, we must be clear about the scale of the challenge these hubs are being asked to address, supporting a much broader range of children with fewer resources than the previous Sure Start system. This is why we have called on the government to go further, ensuring access to family hubs in every community underpinned by reliable long-term funding. A single hub per county is simply insufficient and will leave families isolated. This must also be matched by urgent action to restore the health visitor workforce, the backbone of early years care. Since 2015, numbers have fallen by 43%, leaving a shortfall of 5,000 posts. Caseloads remain dangerously high, sometimes exceeding 750 children. We have therefore called for a funded plan to recruit at least 1,000 additional health visitors. The wider workforce is also critical. Health visitors are not the only key professionals involved in supporting children and their parents during that first 1,000-day period. Midwives, children's nurses, general practitioners, early years practitioners, speech and language therapists, paediatricians, and others all play an incredibly important role. The government's forthcoming NHS 10-year plan, workforce plan, must include specific funded targets for increasing the number of professionals working in early years roles, underpinned by updated modelling of future demand. However, we cannot focus solely on the NHS, as many of these professionals work outside it. That is why we have supported the Royal College call for a child's health workforce strategy to address the staffing needs holistically. Our report also addresses the serious decline in vaccination uptake. Vaccination is one of the most effective public health interventions, yet rates have fallen since 2012, with stark regional and ethnic disparities. It is indefensible that in 2024, 1 child died of measles and 11 lost their lives to whooping cough. The committee also unimpressed by the government's unwillingness to revisit its vaccination strategy, which the minister told us was stabilising vaccination numbers, when what is needed is a strategy capable of reversing current trends. We have called on the government to develop a new plan to reverse the decline and to reinstate the target of 95% coverage in the NHS planning guidelines. Finally, we need to ensure that the many agencies involved in supporting children at the start of life are all working towards the same goal, and that it is easy for them to work together. Challenges in sharing data and in the absence of shared outcomes framework undermines accountability and hinder strategic planning across local systems. We look forward to the government's plans to publish a shared outcome framework in April this year, which it must use as a tool to drive better integration and joint working, including between the Department of Health and Social Care and the Department of Education. Every child deserves the best start in life. Failing to support children and their parents properly during those first 1,000 days is short-sighted, as it merely stores up problems for the future. However, if we get this right, we will create a generation that is healthier, better educated, ultimately wealthier, and most importantly, happier. I hope that this report and its recommendations can play a part in making that happen. I commend this report to the House. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Jen Craft.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I just say it was a pleasure to serve under the chairship of the member who has just spoken during this, our committee's inquiry into the first 1,000 days of life. I was particularly struck by how at this very crucial period in a child's lifetime, and the 1,000 days for members who are not aware begins at the moment of conception up until 2 years, that there's so many services that should be at that point basically placing a hug around the family and around the child have been decimated and are at possibly a really critical and crucial stage. And I note that the Minister for Early Years from the Department of Education is in the House today to hear the statement, and I'm very grateful for her being here. And I would like to ask the member who delivered the statement if she would agree with me that by not grasping the scale of this challenge, by perhaps not accepting our committee's recommendations, which I would urge the government to do in full, that we run the risk of undermining some of our reforms in areas such as SEND, special educational needs and disability, by investing in early years, by taking the action that the member has outlined, making sure that there is early intervention, making sure that we have the health visitor network rebuilt up so that the right families who need extra support, extra care are identified early and can be got into a network of family hubs where they can receive that support, will mean that the rest of our reforms, such as to the SEND system, are able to go ahead. And without this investment, without taking heed of what our committee has recommended, that we run the very, very real risk of all of this work being undermined.
Paulette Hamilton.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for a question, but I'd also like to thank the honourable member for all the hard work she put towards this report. As a team, it could not have been achieved without everybody working so diligently. Going back to the question of the honourable member, family hubs are an incredibly valuable resource, and it really does takes into consideration all the points she raises. The problem here is we haven't got enough of them. We just haven't got enough of them. One per county will not do. If you're really talking about early prevention, if you're talking about working with families, if you're talking about raising the standards of the care that we give to our families, we need more family hubs, we need more healthcare professionals, we need more paediatricians within those services, and we need to ensure that not only are we looking at the preventative measure, but we're also looking at this in an holistic measure. Thank you very much.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank my honourable friend for her statement and the Health Select Committee for all of their work on this vitally important stage of childhood. Last year, the Education Select Committee published our report, Solving the SEND Crisis, which highlighted the importance of early identification of special educational needs and disabilities, the absence of health all too often from the network of support that children with SEND need, the lack of accountability around these services, and the inconsistent access to expertise on SEND in early years settings. So can I welcome the Health Select Committee's call for a child health workforce strategy, and can my honourable friend say more about how the government can help to ensure that we have the early years workforce we need, and whether the committee looked specifically at the question of accountability for health services in delivering support for SEND?
I would like to thank the honourable member for her question. And the honourable member raises an absolutely crucial point. These services are just not joined up. They really just not are joined up. We've got young children that are from birth to 2.5 years old. They're not getting the health services they need. They then go into the education system and they're falling behind. The strategy, the strategy at the moment is just not appropriate, as been highlighted. And as the committee highlighted, we need a new strategy. We need a new strategy, but what we need is a joined up strategy. We need a strategy that takes into account not just the health issues, but also the education and care issues. So you will then incorporate all the professionals that are needed, that wraparound service can be delivered for professionals. So I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her question.
Danny Beales.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend for today's statement and her excellent work in chairing this important inquiry on the committee. It's much appreciated. There's much, I think, to welcome in this report. Colleagues have already touched upon a number of measures, so I'll particularly focus on the issue of vaccination, which I must say shocked me during the inquiry, the state of vaccination rates in this country. Something I think we all came to accept, the success of vaccinations, the prevalence and uptake of vaccination rates. But now, for a number of reasons, including disinformation, some of which comes from elements of this chamber, vaccination rates are declining across the board and have been for many years. And we saw this week the UK lose its measles elimination status, which I think is absolutely shameful, an indictment of the situation we've got ourselves in. So in light of that, does my honourable friend agree that we need to accelerate some of the actions that we are seeing, for instance, the health visitor pilot of delivering vaccinations? We heard positive things about that in the committee, but progress has been slow. So does she agree we need to accelerate those actions already in train? Does she agree with me that we should restore the national WHO targets for the NHS at a national level of 95% uptake? And lastly, does she accept that clearly the last government's vaccination strategy developed in 2023 has failed, considering where we are today? And in light of that, does she think the government needs to look again at a new national vaccination strategy so we can get back to the position we were once in and to make more progress in ensuring every child has the vaccination they need to protect them and to live a healthy and fulfilling life?
I would like to thank the Honourable Member for his question, and I'd also like to say the Honourable Member is passionate about vaccinations and the administration of them. And because your questions, you've asked quite a lot of questions, I absolutely agree with them all. But what I'd like to do is draw out 2 points. The question relating to health visitors, and the question relating to having more of a strategy around vaccination. So, health visitors. Anybody that's read the report, I'm hoping everybody in the room has read the report. The report stated very clearly that health visitors had massive caseloads of over 750. What that meant was they're not able to give children the time that they needed. What we have recommended is that we employ 1,000 extra health visitors. But not only that, what we've also said in the report is they have got a statutory right to visit children 5 times until they get to the age of 2.5. So what we've also said in the report, we should increase that to 6 times, because Wales, which is the minimum, they do the minimum, already do 6 times. But Scotland do 11, and Northern Ireland, I think, do 9. I may have got that figure wrong. If I have, I apologise. But we have got the lowest figure in the United Kingdom, and that needs to be increased. So I absolutely agree with the member that we need to have more of a focus on vaccination levels and trying to also get that new strategy in place, because without a strategy, we're not going to get what we need in this area as quickly as we need it to happen. Thank you very much, and thank you.
And that concludes the selection of the statement. I give a few moments for the we now come to the backbench debate on Holocaust Memorial Day, and I call Peter Prinsley, who will speak for up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to be able to open this debate for Holocaust Memorial Debate this year. So, in the Sunday Times of the week before last, the Chief Rabbi described the dilemma of the teacher faced with the question of what to do on Holocaust Memorial Day. Aware of the polarising impact of the events of October 2023 and the terrible loss of life in Gaza, may be simple just not to have an event at all this year. In 2023, 2,000 schools held events to mark Holocaust Memorial Day. In 2024, 1,200 schools. In 2025, 854, and less this year, almost certainly. He asked the question that we are all asking. As we lose the last survivors, the eyewitnesses of the Holocaust, how will we keep our oft-repeated promise to them that we will never forget? The Chief Rabbi speaks of the moral foundation of our society and how the Holocaust did not start from nothing. It started with the normalization of division, prejudice and hatred, building indeed on the oldest hatred of all. There is a warning here for all of us. Do not imagine that this can never happen again in our time. That is why it is so important to remember. And that is why I believe it is so important for us to build a national Holocaust memorial, and why I'm so pleased that this was included in the government's legislation. Let's just get it done before the last eyewitnesses pass into the history books. Yeah. Now, I have lived with my family in East Anglia for 30 years. I'm a part of the Jewish community of Norwich, a member of the synagogue and a past president of the community. There is a beautiful restored synagogue and a small, thriving community. The community was established in the 19th century following the arrival of Jewish people from Europe, largely fleeing discrimination and persecution. I am delighted that this year, Mrs. M. Leverton, aged 80 plus, and her husband, Mr. B. Leverton, aged 90 plus, were both awarded the British Empire Medal in the New Year's Honours for their lifelong service to the community. But this is not the first Jewish community of Norwich. Jewish people came to England with the Normans. Communities formed in many cities under the protection of the Crown, at Norwich, Bury St Edmunds, King's Lynn and Thetford, all over the successfully growing economy of East Anglia. Now, money lending was forbidden to Christians. So Jews began to work in finance and money lending. A special exchequer of the Jews was established by the Crown to collect taxes. Great chests with multiple locked clasps were made to keep exchequer rolls and documents. There were 5 locks with keys held by Crown agents and local citizens so that it could be opened together to prevent any disagreements. Lately, I discovered just such a chest in a church at North Creek. The County Archive in Norwich contains hundreds of medieval property leases and documents, many written in Hebrew. They have curious wavy crenellated margins, for they were written in duplicates to enable matchings, copies, to ensure there were no forgeries. These are called indentures. The leases have allowed a detailed map of the ancient city centre to be drawn, showing the location and the ownership of the houses, the location of a synagogue, the school, and the physician, for there were Jewish doctors in Norwich 1,000 years before I was appointed. On King Street, there is a great merchant's house which still stands. It was the house of Isaac Jernert, the oldest house of Jewish habitation in England, and the vaulted crypt is unaltered since the time of Jernert, who was the financier of the cathedral and much else besides. The house is presently in need of restoration, and there is a plan to create a centre for the study of anti-Semitism with a Department of Jewish Studies at the university. Never has this been more essential. So which, I ask, was the first country in Europe to expel the Jews? It was right here in Parliament in 1290 that King Edward decreed that the Jews must leave. not allowed to return until the time of Oliver Cromwell, hundreds of years later. So do not imagine that this is a uniquely German idea. This is an ancient hatred, and with the leave of the House, I will tell you something of this, if I may. For it was in Norwich in 1140 that the Jews were falsely accused of the murder of a boy called William, to use his blood for sacrifice, something Jews never do. This is the infamous blood libel, which sparked anti-Semitic hatred all over England and echoes throughout the ages, even until this day. Some 20 years ago, a shopping centre was under construction. A medieval well full of skeletons was revealed, 17 skeletons from 3 families, including children. A BBC hidden history documentary brought this story to our attention when it was revealed that these were almost certainly Jewish skeletons. The bones were handed to the local community, and here I must name my dear departed friend Mr. Clive Roth, who insisted that the bones be given a dignified Jewish burial. Now I held these bones in my hand, and there was a large hole in the side of the skull, not obviously a natural hole, even after all these years. DNA studies by the Natural History Museum here in London showed that there were genetic matches to contemporary British Jews. So here we have absolute evidence, scientific evidence, of an English pogrom in 1190. Anti-Semitism is not new. Now, Holocaust Memorial Day every year is so important. This year, there is a theme of a bridge to the next generation. This weekend, I was privileged to attend the Holocaust Memorial Day events at Wells next to the sea. Here, a small group of non-Jewish people have established a regular series of cultural events in the Maltings Arts Centre. Diana Cook spoke about her mother, Margot, who escaped in the days before the outbreak of the war to become a nurse and had lost all her family in the Holocaust. Diana is part of an oral history initiative called G2G, Generation to Generation, which carries the story of the Holocaust down the generation. Margot spoke little of her childhood. Only after she died did Diana fully appreciate the crucial importance of oral history and of generation to generation. And I thank her from my heart and soul. On Monday, I attended a most moving service at the Foreign Office, and I must thank the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, the Embassy of Israel, and the Chargé d'Affaires, Daniela Gratzky-Eckstein, for this invitation. We heard the extraordinary testimony of Marla, who with her brother Ben Helfgott were the only members of a large family to survive. Now, I've heard Marla speak before, but the haunting testimony only amplifies in significance as you hear it again. And we heard the quite incredible voice of Cantor Turgle, the grandson of Gina, the bride of Belson, who married the British soldier who liberated her. He sang the prayer for the departed, El Malay Rachamin, God full of compassion, the prayer which asked God to grant rest to the souls of the deceased. And Holocaust Memorial Day itself, I was so proud to stand in the Cathedral of Bury St Edmunds, alongside local Jewish citizens and the school children of Suffolk, and to make the declaration of remembrance as the first Jewish MP for this ancient town. For we are living in a time of increasing polarisation and division. This is our struggle. I've seen the marches and they fill me with foreboding. We've seen the protests. We've seen the rise of the far-right so-called populists all over the world, including right here on Westminster Bridge. Too often, the legitimate street protests against the action of the Israeli government have simply degenerated into shocking anti-Semitic chanting. The murderous attacks on the Jews in Yom Kippur in Manchester and the attack in Australia did not arise from nowhere. This is our real and present danger, and we must not underestimate it, for this is pervasive. Sure.
Gentlemen, he's made a fascinating opening speech, and I congratulate him on the debate. And could I just ask him to re-emphasise the point he just made, that by grouping an entire religion, race, ethnicity to the actions of a government is an entirely anti-Semitic act?
I absolutely agree with you. that is exactly the case. And that's an extremely well-made point. Thank you for that. So the banning of a local Jewish MP from a local school in Bristol was simply an outrage. We received messages from families of isolated pupils in rural East Anglian schools where there are persistent taunts and worse, and the schools are simply unable to cope. Resources must be found to address this problem. This is urgent. Now, anti-Semitism, which never disappeared from this country, exploded after the events of October the 7th, 2023, even before the actions of the Israel Defense Force. There has been a terrible war in Gaza, but the origins of the political problems are ancient and complex, and it is not the responsibility of law-abiding Jewish citizens of this country who have been intimidated and vilified. I welcome the measures that our government has announced to address this. So I am a Jewish MP for Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket, the very first Jewish MP for the town, which was indeed the first to expel its Jews in 1190, following the slaughter of 53 Jewish citizens, commemorated at a teardrop in the Abbey Gardens. So history has come full circle. There is no greater honour in my life and no greater duty than to ensure that we will always remember them. Thank you.
The question is, as on the order paper, Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow an excellent opening speech from the Honourable Member for Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket. I congratulate him on the way he's introduced this debate. I declare my interests as the Chairman of the All-Party Group for the Holocaust Memorial and Education Centre, Co-Chairman of the All-Party Group for Israel, and as the sponsor of this year's Holocaust Memorial reception in Portcullis House on behalf of the Holocaust Education Trust. So we gather today to mark Holocaust Memorial Day, which commemorates the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau on the 27th of January 1945. The moment exposed to the world the full horror of the Nazi regime's systematic murder of 6 million Jewish men, women and children. And for the BBC, Jewish men and children. But Holocaust Memorial Day is also a moment to remember the millions of others who were persecuted and murdered by the Nazis, Roma, disabled people, political dissidents and others. We remember not only to honour the victims, but to understand how such an atrocity became possible and how we must never allow it to happen again. So the Holocaust didn't begin with the gas chambers and death camps, and too often we forget the context. The decades before, when hatred was allowed to grow in Germany, when prejudice became normalised, and when language, institutions and social norms were slowly corroded. Now, after the Great War, Germany was defeated and economically shattered. The Treaty of Versailles imposed territorial losses, military restrictions and severe reparations, the burden of which fell heavily on ordinary people in Germany. The Weimar Republic, although democratic in structure, was fragile and economic catastrophe soon followed. In fact, hyperinflation in the early 1920s left Germans literally burning paper money to keep warm because the currency had literally fallen away in value. Widespread poverty took hold, and in times of despair, many people searched for simple explanations and for the scapegoats. So it's within that climate that the Nazi Party rose to prominence. Hitler and his supporters offered simplistic answers to complex problems. They promised national revival, strength and unity while identifying enemies within. Jews were portrayed not as fellow citizens, but as outsiders, dehumanised and blamed for Germany's defeat, its economic hardships and the perceived decline of society. Hatred wasn't accidental, it was systematic, deliberate and relentlessly reinforced. So when the Nazis came to power in 1933, anti-Semitism became state policy. Just imagine that. State policy to outlaw a particular religion. Persecution began not with mass violence, but with exclusion. Jewish civil servants were dismissed. Jewish businesses were boycotted. Jewish professionals were barred from practicing law, medicine and teaching. Those measures were designed to isolate, humiliate and impoverish an entire community. It's important to stress that whilst most people didn't actively participate in persecution, most chose to look away. Silence, passivity and indifference allowed injustice to become embedded and ultimately unstoppable. Persecution soon escalated. The Nuremberg laws of 1935 stripped Jews of citizenship and basic rights, reducing them from equal members of society to subjects of the state. Violence became overt. In November 1938, Kristallnacht marked a decisive turning point. Synagogues were destroyed, Jewish homes and businesses were attacked, and thousands were arrested by the state, not by mobs acting alone, but by the authority itself. With the outbreak of the Second World War, persecution turned into annihilation. Jews were forced into ghettos, and we will hear, no doubt, the harrowing testimonies of overcrowding, hunger, disease, and despair. From 1941 onwards, death camps such as Auschwitz-Birkenau, Treblinka, and Srebrenica were constructed for one purpose alone: mass murder. Trains arrived from across Europe. People were selected, exploited, and killed on an industrial scale. Now, there were some that resisted, often at immense personal risk, and they remind us that choices were always possible. But they were the exception, not the norm. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend, who again is making a fantastic speech. But one of my honourable friends shares with me the horror and disgust that yesterday a member of the public thought it was entirely appropriate to dress as a prisoner of one of the concentration camps. Surely this is the hatred that my honourable friend is describing.
I thank my honourable friend for that, and indeed I condemn those actions and all those actions that seek to, in some way, shape or form, glorify or justify the Holocaust. So the lesson matters profoundly today. Holocaust Memorial Day plays a vital part in educating the public about the dangers of prejudice, discrimination and hatred. Dangers that, if we leave unchecked, can escalate once again into violence and even genocide. It honours survivors and preserves their testimony, particularly, as the honourable member alluded to, the number of first-hand witnesses sadly diminishes. Now, the theme for this year, Bridging Generations, is therefore a powerful call to action. The responsibility of remembrance does not end with the survivors themselves. It must be passed on to their children, grandchildren, and to all of us, so that memory becomes responsibility. This matters because anti-Semitism in the UK today remains at alarmingly high levels. Following the Hamas terrorist attack on Israel on the 7th of October 2023, anti-Semitic incidents surged dramatically. Now, according to the Community Security Trust, 1,521 anti-Semitic incidents were recorded in the first half of 2025 alone, the second highest total ever recorded for that period. While lower than the record year of 24, this still represents a sustained and deeply troubling level of hostility, far above the pre-October the 7th averages. I give way to my honourable neighbour.
As the honourable gentleman knows, I do not always agree with him, but I very much agree with the case that he is making today and the way in which he is speaking. He raises the surge in anti-Semitism in the UK at the moment. Would he agree with me there is a particular need for Ofcom to crack down on online hatred, particularly anti-Semitism, but also Islamophobic tweets, as both the Jewish community and many other faiths are subject to terrifying levels of online hatred?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that intervention and my neighbour. The sad reality is that following my question to the Deputy Prime Minister yesterday, my social media accounts were loaded with anti-Semitic tropes. It's a disgrace, and Ofcom have to take action. And indeed, it is our duty to ensure that hate speech is never allowed to continue. I believe in free speech, but I don't believe in preaching hatred to one another, regardless of their religion. And action has to be taken in that regard. So Greater London and Greater Manchester remain hotspots of anti-Semitism. We've seen the attack on the synagogue in Manchester during Yom Kippur, and online anti-Semitism, as the Honourable Gentleman just referred to, now accounts for well over a third of all incidents. Holocaust-related abuse appears with disturbing frequency, including a sharp rise in the glorification of the Holocaust itself. Yeah. Now, behind these stats lies a chilling reality. Many Jewish people in Britain feel unsafe, unwelcome, or forced to hide their identity in public. And surveys suggest that around half have considered leaving the UK due to anti-Semitism. That should trouble every one of us. We must be honest about the ways in which contemporary anti-Semitism often disguises itself. Increasingly, anti-Israel activism functions as a Trojan horse for anti-Semitism, allowing ancient prejudice to re-enter public discourse under the cover of political critique. Now, legitimate criticism of any government is, of course, entirely valid. But when Israel becomes uniquely demonised, when Zionism is used as a slur, when Jewish institutions and individuals are targeted, regardless of their views, we are no longer in the realm of political debate. CST data shows that a significant proportion of anti-Semitic incidents now blend anti-Zionist language with classic anti-Semitic tropes. Claims of secret control, collective guilt, or global conspiracy. On campuses, online platforms, and public demonstrations, such as yesterday, Jewish students and citizens are increasingly made to feel responsible for who they are. This not only undermines free speech, it poisons it. We must also confront the disturbing rise of Holocaust inversion, the grotesque distortion that portrays Jews or Israel as the new Nazis. This is not merely offensive rhetoric, it threatens and trivialises the Shoah, inverts reality, and inflicts profound harm on survivors and their families. Equating the Star of David with a swastika or accusing the Jewish state of genocide is not historical analysis, it's anti-Semitism. Yes. And we must be clear and unequivocal in condemning it. Hear, hear. So on Holocaust Memorial Day, we should also acknowledge the historical link between the Holocaust and the modern state of Israel. Zionism long predates the Second World War, but the genocide of European Jewry underscored with devastating clarity the need for a Jewish homeland, a place of refuge and self-determination. Many Holocaust survivors helped build that nation, carrying the scars of the camps with them. Attempts to delegitimise Israel ignore this history and risk erasing the fundamental lesson of never again. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to the future. Last week, the Holocaust Memorial Act 2026 received royal assent, paving the way for the National Holocaust Memorial and Learning Centre in Victoria Tower Gardens, beside this very Parliament. Proposed by a cross-party commission more than a decade ago, this memorial will honour the victims and education generations to come. Started, in fact, by Lord Cameron and supported on a cross-party basis. And as the Honourable Member in the introduction to this debate said, we must get that memorial built before the last of the survivors are no longer with us. The location matters. It will stand as a permanent reminder at the heart of our democracy of where hatred can lead when left unchallenged. So as we remember the victims today, we will also reaffirm our responsibility to challenge anti-Semitism wherever it appears, to defend democratic values and human dignity, and ensure that history is never forgotten nor distorted. And when we see demonstrations and attempts to blockade Jewish businesses, restaurants and synagogues, we must call it out for what it is, anti-Semitism, pure and simple. So remembrance is not only about the past, it is a warning for the present and a duty we owe to future generations. And I believe the whole House, will recommit our determination to do just that.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The theme for Holocaust Memorial Day 2026 is Bridging Generations, in recognition of the fact that, as the remaining survivors who can directly bear witness to the atrocities of the Holocaust pass away, that living memory must become collective memory. As Jews, we know all about collective memory. The late Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sacks of blessed memory said, "One of the most important halachic responses to tragedy is the act of remembering, yizkor. More than it has history, the Jewish people has memory. There is no word for history in the Tanakh, and modern Hebrew had to borrow one, historia. But the word zachor, remember, occurs no less than 169 times in the Hebrew Bible. The difference between them is this: history is someone else's story. Memory is my story. In history, we recall what happened so that it becomes part of us and who we are. We cannot bring the dead to life, but we can keep their memory alive. This Shabbat, Jews around the world will be reading Parashat Bashalach. The Torah portion opens with the Pharaoh pursuing the Israelites into the desert and the miracle of the splitting of the Red Sea. It ends with victory over the Amalekites, the first enemy that the Israelites face upon escaping Egypt. There are so many biblical teachings through which we can approach the Shoah in Bashalach, particularly in grappling with the evil of Amalek and Pharaoh, and in contemplating the act of remembrance itself through how we are commanded to commemorate these events. But this year I came across a perspective both so subtle in the closeness of the reading of it and so completely striking in its depth. I've been reading Esh Kodesh, written by Rabbi Kalonymus Kalman Shapira of blessed memory, the Rebbe of the Warsaw Ghetto. Composed between 1939 and 1942, it is a truly astonishing body of work. Reflecting on Parashat Bashalach, he notes that in the text, Exodus 13:21 begins, "And God goes before them, by day with a pillar of cloud to guide them along the way, and by night with a pillar of fire providing them with light, to travel day and night." And that this is the first place in which the text speaks in the present tense. With extraordinary faith and courage, and recognizing the bitter reality they are living through, he concludes that we must use the judgments and suffering we endure properly, utilizing them to worship God, to keep going day and night. That this present tense speaks of the presence of God in their midst at a time of unimaginable privation, and is a source of strength for them to draw on, is profoundly moving as a contemporary reader. Later on in the parasha, Exodus 15:1, it reads, "And they spoke to say, I will sing to God for his great victory." Noting here the future tense, Rabbi Shapira says, "Already when still in Egypt, they could see God's salvation, and so they were able in their minds to sing in the future." To say implies that they succeeded in establishing this for future generations. Rabbi Shapira didn't live to see this victory, to sing in the future. He was murdered in Action Erntefest, Operation Harvest Festival, at Trovniki concentration camp on November the 3rd, 1943. Jewish prisoners were separated from non-Jewish prisoners, and up to 43,000 Jews at the Majdanek, Poniatova and Trovniki concentration camps were killed in 2 days, the single largest German massacre of Jews in the Holocaust. In all 3 camps, Jews were forced to strip naked and walk into dug trenches where they were shot dead. Loud music was played to cover the sound of the gunfire. Rabbi Shapira's writing, however, survived to inspire future generations, buried in milk canisters as part of the Oneg Shabbat Underground Archive, established in 1940 by Emanuel Ringenblum and a secret group of scholars and writers to document the suffering, resistance, and daily life of Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto, ensuring their story wasn't lost. They said, "It must all be recorded with not a single fact omitted, and when the time comes, as it surely will, let the world read and know what the murderers have done." We mourn the 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust. We mourn the lives cut short, the lives never lived, the children and grandchildren never born, the art, the music, the literature never written, the enormous loss to humanity itself of a tragedy at a scale we can barely fathom, that reverberates throughout modern history and into our present. But as we mourn, we remember. As Jews, we can take forward our cultures, teachings, and traditions to future generations, as we have always done from the Exodus onwards, denying Hitler what the theologian Emil Fackenheim called a posthumous victory. Many Jewish communities around the world read and learn Torah from Czech scrolls from the desolated synagogues of Bohemia and Moravia, honouring the communities who were killed and keeping the flame of their memory alive. I will give way.
Thank my friend for giving way. She's making a powerful and educational speech, so thank you so much. Will you join me in thanking John Hajdu, MBE, who came to Brent yesterday to share with us his story of how he survived the Holocaust. And as a young boy, only surviving because a non-Jewish family hid him in a cupboard for days on end. Will she join me in just thanking him for sharing his story so that we can keep that alive?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention and share her thanks to both to the survivor that she mentioned, but also that generation of survivors who were so determined to ensure that their stories were carried forward so that we can learn from them. Honourable members and right honourable members can visit the museum not far from here at Westminster Synagogue, home of the Czech Memorial Scrolls Trust, to see the scrolls I referred to and artefacts from these communities. Remembrance of the Holocaust, however, is a society-wide effort, something that Jews cannot undertake alone. At a time of rising anti-Semitism globally, when Jews in Manchester and in Bondi Beach are killed just for being Jews, this same anti-Semitic poison is again taking root and must be confronted. We should remember the evils of the past to fight the evils of the present, taking strength from the everyday acts of resistance, large and small, and bringing their stories with us to secure for all of us a safe and secure future. 8 decades on from the Holocaust, it's more important now than ever.
Tom Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm honoured to be here at this debate, and I'd like to thank the member for Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket for leading this debate today and opening with such an incredibly moving speech. Genocide does not just happen. There is always a path. There is always a terrifying and evil journey towards it. The intention to destroy a group of people is an unspeakable idea. It's difficult to comprehend, and yet it has happened, not once, but multiple times across the globe. Madam Deputy Speaker, remembering the Holocaust is not just a Jewish issue, it's a human one. Education, reflection, and crucially action become more and more important each day as we face increasingly fractured communities, inflammatory online rhetoric, and casual othering of minority groups. Recent events, both in the UK and abroad, reiterate that never again cannot rest on remembrance alone. It needs conscious action. The Nazi regime systematically murdered 6 million Jews, including 1.5 million children. That's 6 million stories, 6 million people who loved, 6 million people who added immeasurable value to this world. That murderous regime also killed Roma and Sinti people, disabled people, gay men, political opponents, Jehovah's Witnesses, and others that they deemed undesirable. In total, around 10 million people were murdered. But the Holocaust was not carried out by mobs and Nazis alone. It was enabled by a systemic involvement and compliance of institutions, including the police, civil servants, universities, courts, and local authorities, the very institutions that were created to protect and serve. Instead, these institutions enforced discriminatory laws, facilitated deportations, and normalised othering and eventually murder. Prejudice became policy when institutions failed to act against the hatred. We are talking about a scale of suffering and terror that is beyond comprehension, and that is why the personal stories are so crucial to our learning and reflection. So I'd like to share some stories of my constituents who survived. In 1939, Leonard Kaufmann's uncle managed to secure a place for him on the Kinder transport, leaving behind his siblings and parents who later died. At 4 years old, Leonard remembers sitting on a bar stool on his arrival to the UK, all alone, waiting to be collected. Not able to speak English, scared and completely unsure of what was to come. Leonard went on to lead a successful career and have a happy family home in Gatley, despite experiencing one of the hardest starts to life anyone could imagine. He was a proud administrator at the Yeshurun synagogue, which sits proudly in the heart of Gatley. Peter Cura was taken in by a Quaker family in Manchester with his brother and parents after they learned the SS were coming for his father. And later, Peter selflessly volunteered considerable time to the establishment of a retirement home in Didsbury for Jewish refugees. Martin Hyman shared with me the story of his mother, who grew up in the 1930s Vienna and was expelled from school simply for being Jewish. Aged just 13, she was sent alone to Britain on the Kindertransport. She never saw her parents again. Madam Deputy Speaker, sadly, these stories are not unusual. Martin said to me, in 1938, 272 Jews were recorded as having lived on the street in Vienna where my mum grew up. She was one of only 13 who survived the Holocaust. They reflect the experience of thousands of children whose lives were saved only because others acted. And I'm asking everyone in this House today to imagine the pain and suffering inflicted from just these singular stories and multiply that by 1,000, and then multiply it again. I would like to pay tribute to Paul Porges, a survivor of the Holocaust who was not only my friend but a mentor to me. Paul was born in Czechoslovakia to parents Victor and Olga. During the Second World War, his family was deported to a ghetto in Warsaw. After falling ill, Paul was separated from his parents, but was helped to escape by the Polish resistance. He eventually made it to England, where he earned a doctorate in chemistry at the University of London before moving to Cheadle with his wife Joan. He was one of the first Liberal councillors to represent the Cheadle area and did so for 4 decades. And during his time on the council, Paul held many positions, including the Equal Opportunity Special Panel and the Social Inclusion and Community Cohesion Working Party. His experience so early on in life drove his passion to prioritise inclusion and community in Cheadle, and he also fought tirelessly for refugees in our region. Paul knew more than anyone just how important it was to be the voice of those that could not defend themselves. And I was deeply honoured to replace Paul on Stockport Council, and still to this day, I try to ensure that I live up to his legacy, and I miss him dearly. It is no secret that hate crimes have risen year on year. Misinformation continues to spread like wildfire online, and politics is becoming increasingly polarised. I visited the Community Security Trust earlier this week and heard directly about the work and resource that goes into ensuring Jewish communities are protected. But heartbreakingly, the Heaton Park synagogue attack on Yom Kippur just 3 months ago shows that despite every effort to ensure people are safe and secure, the evil of anti-Semitism poses a real, murderous threat to our Jewish communities. Latest statistics published in October show that Jewish people had a higher rate of religious hate crimes targeted towards them rather than any other faith group. We have a duty here today to remember, reflect, and take action to stamp out this hatred. Martin Hyman highlights that his grandparents, like many others, believed that civilization, culture, and the rule of law would protect them, but this was not the case. The Holocaust was not a sudden collapse of morality, but the endpoint of an insidious process in which discrimination was legalised, exclusion was enforced, and dehumanisation made routine by ordinary people. Education plays a critical role in responding to this. Organisations such as the Northern Holocaust Education Group and My Voice Project work to ensure survivor testimony and lived experience continue to reach the schools and communities. The Holocaust Centre North provides a permanent exhibition, learning programmes and archives rooted in local survivor and refugee stories, helping young people and the wider public understand how a global atrocity unfolded through ordinary lives. Madam Deputy Speaker, when people feel connected and invested in common values, they are better able to work together to address division and tackle hatred. The Common Ground Award is an important initiative that goes some way to support this aim, and I hope the government will keep on funding it. But the government must also publish the Community Cohesion Strategy, which was promised last year, so communities can work together to confront all forms of extremism through building understanding and trust. Britain is a country of shared values and has a history of being a nation that offers a hand to those in need. We must never forget this, and we must continuously pursue this aim. We celebrate that people in this country should be able to live free from discrimination, no one's rights or dignity should ever be taken away or compromised because of who they are, where they come from, or what they believe. We must not lose sight of that, even though there are some that seek to undermine it. Madam Deputy Speaker, a Jewish man in Manchester recently said to the Manchester Evening News, "My daughter, she wears the Star of David, but she puts it away. Ours are the only children that go to schools behind fences with guards." This cannot continue, so we must revert to our shared values, celebrate our differences, and call out all forms of hatred and bigotry. Never again cannot rest on remembrance alone. It requires conscious action every day. Holocaust Memorial Day offers an opportunity to reflect not only on what happened, but on the responsibility we all have to ensure that the legacy of people like Paul Porges never fades.
Paul War. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I pay tribute to the members for Bury St Edmunds and for Warrington North for such powerful and moving testimony that we've seen today. They're a tribute to their community and to their constituents. Holocaust Memorial Day is a time when we remember the 6 million Jewish men, women and children murdered by the Nazis and by their collaborators during the Holocaust. And the theme, as many have said, of this year's Memorial Day is bridging generations. And it's the solemn duty of all of us in this place and beyond it who've had the privilege of meeting Holocaust survivors to pass on their testimony to younger generations so that we may all bear witness collectively to their suffering and to their memory. On that note, it was a real honour last week, as some have already said, to meet 95-year-old Marla Trubich, MBE, in Parliament, and to hear her very moving testimony of how she and her brother were the only members of her family to survive the Nazi Holocaust, following her imprisonment in Ravensbrück and Belsenbergen camps. Many members will agree just how heartbreaking it was to hear of her pleading with the SS Guard not to put her on a train. Marla told me afterwards how proud she was of her brother Ben, who went on to represent Britain at the Olympics as a weightlifter. Ben, who passed away in 2023, was one of the 700 Jewish youngsters taken to Cumbria from the death camps. And Ike Alterman, who passed away at age 97 in December last year, was the last surviving Greater Manchester member of that group of so-called Windermere children. I mention Ike because his story is well known by the children of Rochdale, particularly in Fairlinge Park High School, where he visited 3 years ago to share his experiences. Ike recalled picking sprouts in the bitter Polish winter for the SS officers' Christmas dinner. He and other Jews had no proper clothing, no shoes. Ike strapped straw to his feet to walk in the snow. The SSF officer said that if he and fellow children sang Silent Night, they'd get a bonus, a ladle of warm water to put sprout skins in. To this day, I've never touched sprouts again, Ike said. Ike was just 13 when his family were lined up in the town square alongside other Jews. He saw his mother, his sister, his brother led away by men with rifles. Later, he found out they were likely sent to Treblinka, the extermination camp. At Birkenau, Ike's job was to take bodies from gas chambers to the crematoriums. At Birkenau, he said, they had 4 chimneys and they were glowing 24 hours a day, day and night. That was invaluable personal testimony to the children of Rochdale from someone who was there. That's someone who can't be denied, whose story cannot be denied, and to whom we still remember with great fondness. Despite his passing, Ike's testimony lives on because his talk to students was captured on video and is shown by the school every year, thanks to the great efforts of excellent teachers such as the Holocaust education lead in Rochdale, in Fairlinge Park, Adele Turner. Now, Fairlinge Park has a legacy beacon status as one of the schools under the umbrella of the University College London Centre for Holocaust Education, and it's developed a special Holocaust Ambassadors and Youth Champions programme. Its youth champions are pupils from Year 9 who design and lead the extracurricular lunchtime and after-school lessons on the Holocaust for younger children in the school, beautifully bridging generations even within their school, which is again the theme of this year's memorial. Last week, Greater Manchester's commemoration of Holocaust Memorial Day featured a video of Fairlinge Park High School pupils, Abiha Imran, Willow Greenwood and Dylan Ogden, as they joined Andy Burnham to interview Tommy Connolly, another Holocaust survivor. Tommy revealed he'd spoken to 27,000 students in the 10 years of his work with the Holocaust Education Trust. 27,000 students who remember his story. And his advice to the next generation was simple. The one word that immediately pops into my mind, he said, is tolerance. Just look at other people in the world and accept that we each have our own way of living and habits. Just be respectful of that and live peacefully side by side. Of course, this year has shown that anti-Semitism is not just the world's oldest hatred, it's very much a current one, fed by extremists that blame Jews across the globe for the actions of Israel's government. The Bondi Beach attack was truly appalling. But in the northwest, we will never forget the Heaton Park synagogue attack on the holiest day in the Jewish calendar, Yom Kippur. Remember Adrian Dorby, 53, and Melvin Kravitz, 66, who were killed in that attack on that dark day. Mark Levy, who many of us know in this place, is Manchester's Jewish Representative Council leader, and his father, Alan, is the chairman of the synagogue. They were both deeply affected by that incident and by the loss of their friends. Alan recently recalled how Adrian Dorby leapt up from his seat and ran the length of the synagogue to help them hold shut the front doors from that terror attack before he was shot and killed. And it was truly disgusting that within hours of that attack, a local councillor in Rochdale shared on his Facebook page an article called False Flag. Could the Manchester synagogue attack be orchestrated? As clear a dog whistle, an anti-Semitic dog whistle, as clear as day. But there are glimmers of light amid the darkness. Mark Levy tells me his children marked their B'nai Mitzvah at Heaton Park recently, and a very powerful moment of resilience and remembering. The Holocaust and its teaching about not just the Nazi Holocaust, but genocides in Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia and Darfur has been part of the national curriculum for 35 years. The hatred based on race or religion, with victims scapegoated for sins they never committed, demonised, blamed and punished for sins and things that had nothing to do with them, becomes a narrative that curdles into deadly extremism. And our school children are taught that. But with young people online more than ever, it's not what happens in the classroom that really worries many of us. It's what happens outside it. The potential for them to come across anti-Semitic content, Holocaust denial and distortion is greater than ever. Conspiracy theories that the Holocaust never happened, the anti-Semitic theories that it was orchestrated or faked by Jewish people or Israel. Meanwhile, debate on X's Grok AI has been regular in this House in recent weeks. But not only has the platform's AI tool been denigrating and degrading women, Grok has generated multiple anti-Semitic comments, including praise for Hitler, denying the scope of the Holocaust, and using so-called Jewish-sounding surnames in the context of hate speech. I hope that ministers will engage with the Anti-Semitism Policy Trust to see how the Online Safety Act can actually crack down on memes like this on Reddit and other online platforms. As others have said, Holocaust Memorial Day is also a time to remember all the Roma, the Sinti people, gay men, disabled people, political opponents and others murdered by the Nazi killing machine. We remember too all those affected by the subsequent genocides in Cambodia, Rwanda, Darfur and Bosnia. And speaking of Bosnia, I want to say it was a truly humbling experience to visit the Srebrenica Memorial Centre and Cemetery in Bosnia last year. In July 1995, more than 8,000 Muslim men and boys were murdered by Serb paramilitaries, driven by religious, nationalist and ethnic hatred to commit the worst genocide on European soil since the Holocaust. I went to pay my respects, to meet the incredible Mothers of Srebrenica campaign group and to look at the very moving testimony in the Memorial Centre itself.
I just wanted to add my voice to the comments my honourable friend was making about the Mothers of Srebrenica and Shepherd Enclaves Association. I've had the real honour of meeting them myself around a decade ago now, and the work that they do is absolutely extraordinary. So would he join me in encouraging all members of this House to take the opportunity to learn from them about what we can do to ensure that we don't carry the hate that caused them to lose their husbands and their sons into the future?
Honourable friend is absolutely right, and I would encourage all members of the House to take a trip to Srebrenica to see for themselves the mass graves there and the cemetery and the museum, which is incredibly moving. The Centre Director, Emir, and the Head of Oral History, Hassan, were encouraged to hear that Rochdale school children are taught about the Srebrenica genocide as part of the Holocaust education. And as the MP for Rochdale, it's my duty to remind everyone in my constituency of the horrors of October 7th, the worst pogrom of Jews since the Second World War. It's also, of course, my duty to call out the deaths of the men, women and children in Gaza that followed, and the need for testimony and evidence and accountability as important as ever. I signed the Holocaust Education Trust Book of Commitment in Parliament, part of their ongoing effort to educate children about the past and the present atrocities across the globe. It's only through education that we tackle the ignorance that fuels hatred. And the responsibility of remembrance doesn't end with the survivors. It lives on through their children, their grandchildren, and of course, through all of us. I just want to end, briefly if I can, I want to end with a poem sent to me by Zishan Shafkat, a 17-year-old student at Rochdale's Hotwood Hall College. In ashes of pain where names were erased, we stand together now, face to face, Muslim and Jew, hand in hand, guarding the truth that history demands. Never again our shared vow remains to honour the loss and break hatred's chain.
Sir Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think it's important today, Madam Deputy Speaker, to start with some of the realities as vividly as I can in this debate. 6 million Jews murdered, deliberate attempt of the extermination of European Jews. I do think it is shameful that the BBC did not speak about Jews in their opening report about the Holocaust Memorial Day. 1 million of those Jews were children. 1 million were killed in the forests by bullets. In order for the Nazi regime to save bullets, they would make sure mothers held their babies to their heads so they could shoot both at the same time. One of the reasons that the gas chambers were put in place was not just to mechanicalise mass murder, but it's also because the German authorities recognised that there was a large psychological impact on the soldiers who were getting covered in brain matter and blood and murdering children. And so they decided that we must stop people feeling like that who are doing our bidding and make it far more simpler to herd the Jews into gas chambers and then get Jews themselves to remove those bodies and put them into the furnaces. The dehumanisation that happened to have millions of people accept what was going on. And I very much doubt that there were a great many people in Germany who didn't have an idea of what was going on. None truer than in the Bavarian region where Nazism really had its roots originally. But, because has been described, a long history of anti-Semitic growth led to the situation that when you had tough economic circumstances, when you come out of the war, when Germany felt that they had been punished by the whole of Europe despite not losing any territory, Adolf Hitler looked for a scapegoat. And that scapegoat was easy to find because of the decades and decades of hatred. Now, Germany paid a price for this, not just in terms of the price of the war and what happened, but it led to an incredible brain drain of talent, academic talent. Albert Einstein, as an example, driving these huge intellects, scientists, engineers, doctors out of Germany, because also, as has been mentioned, of the others who were murdered, but of course academics, anybody who may challenge the regime. And I'm afraid that we are now seeing levels of hostility in the United Kingdom, where many people are thinking to themselves they are better off leaving the United Kingdom. Our country will be far poorer for that, as well as the absolute moral outrage that today in the 21st century. The issues of 80 years ago are happening in front of our eyes. Madam Deputy Speaker, Leeds has a large and proud Jewish population. They are strong. They are resilient. Jews have been in Leeds for 150 years. They have added hugely to the fabric, the business, the community, the society that Leeds has become. I am proud that I have so many friends in the Jewish community, including, I'm proud to say, the Lord Mayor of Leeds, Councillor Dan Cohen. But they are frightened, Madam Deputy Speaker. They do find it difficult to go into Leeds city centre during Saturdays, during protests. And these are people who want to stand up to what is being said, but get pursued down the streets, get vicious abuse thrown at them. And I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I stand here today to not just remember the Holocaust, but to say remembrance is not enough. Speeches today have outlined, including the opening of my speech, what happened in the Holocaust. Other members have outlined the causes that led up to the Holocaust. But we are sitting back and we're not naming and shaming those who are encouraging the roots of where this started. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've said it before in this chamber and I'm going to say it again today. There is a councillor in Leeds, in my city of Leeds, Councillor Mothinali, who has now become the Deputy Leader of the Green Party. On 7/7, October the 7th, 2023, on that day, he put social media out praising Hamas and what they had achieved. He wasn't a councillor at that point, but he was a candidate. Now, this is a complex issue between freedom of speech, what agitation is. But there can be no doubt that he agitated, quite frankly, a mob to force the Jewish priest of the University of Leeds into hiding, Rabbi Dosh. The leader of the Green Party in Leeds, on Leeds City Council, Councillor Penny Stables, who is a councillor in my constituency, brushed this aside, saying that as he wasn't a councillor, it didn't matter what he'd said before he was elected. I really have to take issue with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, because as we have heard, it is this acceptance of people making these comments that eventually leads to history repeating itself. The Honourable Member for Rochdale just made some very, very important points. He was talking about fake news, how things twisted, and as I can't remember who it was now, Madam Deputy Speaker, but there was a member on the other side of the House who said that Ofcom must take a much stronger view as to content being put online. We know what's being poisoned in children's mind, and that's a different debate as we move forward. But I was knocking on doors, and a gentleman who must have been retired, I would say, told me as a fact, because he started off by absolutely laying into me for my support for Israel defending its security and what a disgrace of a human being I was, and then said, and I quote, "You know as well as I do, because you will have seen the video footage as I have, that Hamas had nothing to do with 7/7 and it was the Israelis who murdered their own people so they could invade Gaza." And he said that to me with absolute conviction. Absolute conviction. And that is the level of the hatred that is being generated because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Israelis are Jews. And let's call this out. This is Jewish hatred. This is beyond politics. This is Jewish hatred. Madam Deputy Speaker, huge protests taking place, and people have a right to protest, and they have a right to condemn what they see going on in the world. But where are those same protests, Madam Deputy Speaker, for what is happening in Sudan? Where are those same protests against the Iranian regime, who may well have murdered people into 5 figures?
Will the Honourable Member take an intervention?
I will, to the Honourable Member.
I thank the Honourable Member who's making a really powerful speech. Would he agree with me that there is a strong suspicion that some of these hate marches which we've seen on the streets of Britain have been orchestrated by Iranian agents?
I think there is a lot of evidence to back that up. I think that the the phrase passes me by, but the sphere of influence that Iran wanted to put in place through Iraq, through Syria, with their with Hamas, Hezbollah being their proxies to run things. And I think that we debate in here so many times of the malign influence of Iran, of the IRGC, and prescription of that body, that it is undoubtedly true. But we have tolerated things for too long. We tolerated streams of cars along Marylebone Road many years ago, beeping their horns, claiming that the Jews should be murdered, that the women should be raped. It did not get the crackdown it needed. On the flip side, you see, and I won't go over it again because we know what happened, but West Midlands Police deciding it was far easier to just ban Israelis. And let's just remember, they weren't all Israelis. There were plenty of British citizens who were flams of Maccabi Tel Aviv who wanted to go to that football match. But rather than protect the laws that they are, go to a country and they respect, the people in authority felt, well, it's far easier just to stop them. Madam Deputy Speaker, how did we get to that point? How did we get to that point where, for an easy laugh, we decided, well, the Jewish community is so small and there's lots of people who hate it, that actually it's easier just to say you can't come. It's shameful, shameful. And I'm afraid, and I did give notice that I'm going to name the member, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Right Honourable Member for Islington North, when he led a great political party in our country, which is the Labour Party, a highly respected political party with much history, gave a safe space to anti-Semitism, gave a safe space. And I praise the Prime Minister for the action he took in driving anti-Semitism out of the Labour Party. But I look around, I look at the agitation of the councillors, of the councillor I have named. I look at the agitation of the people associating themselves with those political parties, and I say this: it is a responsibility of the leadership of the Green Party to follow the example of the Labour Party in how they addressed the creeping in of anti-Semitism into their party. I am not saying that it is the policy of the Green Party to be anti-Semitic. I'm not saying that at all. But I do feel that they must address the issue far more seriously than they have been, because I see a repeat of the years from 2015 to 2019. As I bring my comments to a close, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to just mention about the actions of Leeds City Council. The protests that take place in Leeds are one thing, and the police give permission, and we have laws in place as to when hate speech happens, when it's broken, that people can be arrested and prosecuted. But West Yorkshire Police have made it clear to Leeds City Council that when protests want to use Leeds City Council land, that they should charge a rent for that land to be used. And the reason that West Yorkshire Police want to do that, because then an organisation is attached to what is happening. And Leeds City Council have refused to do that. They are giving permission to bodies to protest, but they are not passing on the system which is in place to charge for the use of that land. And West Yorkshire Police have said they will be able to crack down on hate speech, on violent speech, incitement to violence, if they have somebody held accountable. And that accountability on its own may temper what is happening. There was a speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, Dr. Rihanna Ali, quite frankly, a vile individual who spoke at that rally. And she called for the targeting of the Leeds Jewish schools. That has got nothing to do with the war in Gaza. Nothing at all. School children, let alone British citizens, let alone anybody who quite frankly is not running the Israeli government, has nothing to do with the actions of the Israeli government. That is anti-Semitism as raw as it gets. But it was difficult to bring to justice because it was difficult for West Yorkshire Police to be able to prosecute directly. I believe in the end the Met Police did prosecute. And I just wanted to just finish off on the point about Sudan, about Iran, about the Russians in Ukraine. The one thing they've all got in common, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that they're not Jewish. And that shows the level of anti-Semitism in this country, that if you're dealing with a Jewish community, then let's whip up a mob, let's say what we like, let's watch authorities like West Midlands Police stand back and think it's easier to just stop the problem happening. And the road to hell is paved with alleged good intentions.
Rachel Blake. Point.
Madam Deputy Speaker, please could you advise me what course I can take when a member of this House repeatedly uses speeches to misrepresent members of the public who are not able to be present to speak for themselves?
The Honourable Lady will be aware that that is not a matter for the Chair, and she would, of course, at any point have been able to seek to intervene on the Honourable Member. Rachel Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to speak in this important debate, and I thank my honourable friend, the member for Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket, for opening this debate in such a powerful way. And I was struck by his early reflection of whether or not sometimes it is easy not to commemorate and not to remember. And that testimony, combined with the moving speech from my honourable friend, the member for Warrington North, in terms of the words for history and the words for remembrance. And in my remarks, I want to make the case that it is important to remember, and how we remember and the actions that that remembrance brings to us is what hopefully will matter most today. As mentioned already, the theme of this year's Holocaust Memorial Day is bridging generations. And every day, the recollection of survivors passes from memory into history. And like most honourable members here today, I have had the privilege of hearing directly from my own constituents, their own recollections and memories, and those of Holocaust survivors, about what this means to them. Passing down their experience is increasingly vital to preserve our understanding as a society of the atrocious crimes committed in the Holocaust. We must never allow ourselves to forget or minimise these horrors, and bridging the generational gap is more important than ever. A key part of this... I'll give way.
Just give me an opportunity to say, when we're talking about the events that happened, and we've spoken about the dehumanisation, Holocaust Educational Trust running visits to Birkenau Auschwitz. Part of that visit at the end, they managed to display the family photographs and things like that to rehumanise people. I don't know if the Honourable Lady's been able to attend, but it is one of the most exceptionally moving things I think anybody could witness.
I thank the honourable member for recalling for us that exhibition. And I think what we've seen in Parliament over the last few weeks has been incredibly powerful. A key part of bridging that generational gap is the very youngest generation of survivors, many of whom first arrived in the UK on the Kinder Transport. A memorial to this stands in my constituency in Liverpool Street Station, where many of these children met their foster families. Most of them remained in the UK, and they and their descendants are our neighbours, our families, and our friends. This week, I joined city residents and workers in the congregation at Bevis Marks Synagogue. Bevis Marks is the oldest synagogue in continuous use in Europe, and I joined them at the Holocaust Memorial Day service. Bevis Marks is a testament to London's history of tolerance, openness, and pluralism, and here I pay tribute to the work of the local community in creating the Jewish Square Mile project, which is bringing together the community and recording this long and deep history. The City of London's Jewish population dates back to the time of William the Conqueror and have long held a stake in the city's civic life. This early history, though, was a painful one. London's Jewish population were falsely accused of practices like coin clipping, and they were barred from the coronation of Richard I and subject to multiple massacres across the Middle Ages. However, moving into the 18th and 19th centuries, as pogroms swept across the continent, it was to London that hundreds of thousands of European Jews fled, many of whose descendants then hosted the refugees from the Kindertransport. The Kindertransport is a reminder not just of what Britain and its people can achieve when we work together, driven by compassion, but also that we cannot be complacent, that good intentions are enough on their own. That complacency has too often been the case when we as politicians have failed to adequately address the rise in anti-Semitism which has occurred in recent years. We have condemned and lamented hate crimes, but have we done enough to prevent them from reoccurring? We have spoken with Jewish leaders. Have we truly heard their concerns? I know that many of my Jewish constituents do not believe we have the progress that is needed. I am not the first today to mention last October's horrific attack in Manchester, but all of us will have spoken to, have heard directly from community leaders warning that something exactly like this might happen in the months leading up to it. I've spoken to young constituents who are fearful of walking to shul. Jewish people across the country are experiencing prejudicial, anti-Semitic hate. It needs to end, and we need to end it. Every member of this House has a role to play in bridging generations and in bridging communities. We are leaders in our neighbourhoods, in our villages, in our towns, and in our cities. And at a time when relations between and within communities remain so broken, our time to act is now. I ask each and every one of us, what is next? What are we doing to convene leaders of all faiths and none? What are we doing to ensure that our children are being taught about the reality of the Holocaust in school and online? What are we doing to address the hatred and violence of the past few years head on? Will we remain determined to tackle online hatred and anti-Semitism? The road to ending hatred sadly requires years of work, and those results will take longer to show than many of us would like. But it is a road of detoxification which we have gone down before, and there is a path that exists for us now. And I pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Cheadle for what he has suggested for how we proceed. It lies in the human contact, the recognition of shared values, empathy and respect that was shown to 10,000 Jewish children whose lives the British public were able to save. We must remember the Holocaust in deep reflection alone, but we must all come together to remember the extremes of good and evil which regular people are capable of. And it is by recognising that we as leaders can shape this through our own empathy, our own compassion and respect that we will stop it from happening again.
Savile Roberts. It's an honour for me to be here today representing my constituents in Dwy Meirionydd and also my party Plaid Cymru to remember firstly the 6 million Jewish children, women and men murdered in the Holocaust, and also the millions more people murdered through the Nazi persecution of other communities which many other members have previously mentioned. And I must send my greatest congratulations to the Honourable Member for Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket for his introduction. I thought it was excellent. And also the words of the Honourable Member for Warrington North. History is someone else's story. Memory is my story. I think these are things that we will bear in mind. And of course, reference to our history in the United Kingdom. I think it's very important that we know what has happened here when we look abroad as well. So as we commemorate the victims of the Holocaust, we remember other atrocities of genocide against the Armenians, the Holodomor in Ukraine, in Cambodia, Rwanda, Bosnia and Darfur. Forgive me, but this is not and cannot be an exclusive list. There have been, there are, and there will be other crimes of genocide. We cannot comfort ourselves if we presume these to be events consigned to history. The Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide is the treaty that criminalises genocide. The definition is deliberately narrow. It requires any of the following acts to have been committed with the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial or religious group. Here are the points. Killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. We know this is happening now. We know this will happen in the future. We know that we need the international bodies and the rule-based orders to hold this to account, to define it, and as necessary to take the criminal steps as well. We know we need these because we look back and we learn from history. Within the noise and confusion of present events, we are required to call out genocidal actions wherever and by whomever they are committed. It is therefore our duty to be the watchdogs, to warn against genocide, be that in Myanmar against the Rohingya Muslims, in China against the Uyghur Muslims, or in Gaza against the people of Palestine. The International Court of Justice, as we speak, is deciding on the application of the Convention of Genocide against Myanmar. This decision will be of immense significance in relation to the question of forced displacement and the Myanmar's military attacks on the Rohingya. If the court rules that mass deportation was a motive and not a defence for genocide, this may form a precedent for a similar ruling against the Israeli government. I think it is important that this is said today. The theme for International Holocaust Memorial Day this year is Bridging Generations, a reminder that the responsibility of remembrance lives on not just through survivors, but through their descendants and through all of us. It is also a reminder of the fragile link we have with the Holocaust. A study from the Claims Conference of 2026 shows that approximately 196,000 Jewish Holocaust survivors are still with us. Their lives are a living testimony to the horrors imposed by Nazi Germany and a lesson from history to never again repeat these horrors. But they are also ageing lives. The median age of Jewish Holocaust survivors is 87. By preserving this link with our past, we can ensure its retelling. That's why it's vital that we keep listening to and sharing their testimonies so that future generations can understand how distortions of truth can lead to the greatest crime of all, to genocide. The manipulation of truth is a vital component of genocide. The Nazis played on prejudice and stereotypes to scapegoat and dehumanize people they regarded as subhuman. But the Nazi regime also practiced a propaganda of deception by hiding specific details about the final solution, including press controls to prevent the public from reading statements by the Allies condemning Nazi crimes. One booklet printed in 1941 glowingly reported that in occupied Poland, German authorities had put Jewish people to work, built clean hospitals, set up soup kitchens, and been provided with newspapers and vocational training. The authority of the written word, the authority of the broadcast word, abused to manipulate the truth.
Would my honourable friend give way?
I would give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she is giving a most powerful speech. On her point about false narratives, I wonder if she would agree with me that it is so important to distinguish between legitimate criticism of the actions of a state as compared to hatred directed towards people because of a religion. And it's worrying to have heard some remarks in a debate today, or a debate on the Holocaust of all things, that seem to blur the lines between these.
My honourable friend makes an important point, and I think that we can be sophisticated enough in our history to call out the horrors of Hamas, but at the same time to be able to address criticisms to actions which may well be found in future to comprise of genocide. We have not reached that point in law yet, but I think in this place we should be open to being able to question received narratives. And also I would share her concern that most of us here are trying to phrase the debate in the measured way it deserves. We are talking about horrific crimes against humanity in the past and possibly in the present. That needs to be talked about in a balanced way. And at the same time, of course, we are, all of us, as I said, we are horrified by the actions of Hamas. We are horrified by the attacks in Manchester last year. And these are the wider questions of how we find the balance, how we here in our privileged position use the language at our disposal to make sure that we are not pushing truth further and further into the undergrowth. Jan Garski was a Polish Catholic diplomat who brought eyewitness reports of the true scale of Nazi atrocities to Western leaders as early as 1942. He risked his life to alert the world to murder. Largely ignored at the time, Karski argued that the common humanity of people, not the power of governments, is the real protector of human rights. I think his memory is a challenge to all of us who speak as public leaders. If this year's theme teaches us anything, it is to be alert to those who would distort the truth for their own ends. We must listen to genocide survivors, and we must support those who would shine a light on grave injustices wherever they are. It is only through listening to testimony, through our common humanity, that we can learn from the past and secure genuine justice for victims, and stand, of course, as I said, against those actions such as that terrible attack in Manchester last year. And to close, in an increasingly troubled world where the rule-based order is threatened, we would all do well to remember that the Genocide Convention obligates state parties to pursue the enforcement of the prohibition of genocide. While the promise of never again has been ignored time and time again, we must all play our part in listening and learning from the stories of the victims of genocide. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Jazz Atwell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the member for Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket for opening this debate, and everybody else who's spoken so compassionately, with clarity, authenticity, and most of the feeling that has come out is clear for everyone to see. The Holocaust inflicted pain on a scale most of us will never truly comprehend. Pain that did not end in 1945. Pain that still echoes through families, memory, and generations of the Jewish community today. This was not history at a distance. This was cruelty by design. Mass murder, carried out deliberately on an industrial scale. And its trauma did not disappear. It was inherited. Today, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to speak about one survivor, one voice we must listen to while we can. Her name, Susan Pollock, a Holocaust survivor who recently turned 95 and whom I had the privilege of meeting and interviewing. Susan was born in Hungary, and long before the camps, hatred crept into her life. Graffiti on walls, Jewish students barred from universities, her brother beaten at a Boy Scout meeting. Each sign carried the same message: you do not belong. Then came the order. Susan's family were forced from their home. They were told they were being resettled. She clung on to that word, resettled, for hope, because hope, even false hope, was all she had. A letter followed, all Jewish fathers were ordered to attend a meeting. Susan's father went, desperate to protect his family. He was beaten, forced into a lorry, taken away. Susan never saw him again. To this day, she does not know how or where her father died. Then came her turn. In May 1944, Susan and her family were transported by cattle trucks to Auschwitz-Birkenau. She was 15. Somebody whispered to her, "Don't say you're younger than 15." So when she was asked, she said 15 and a half. She later learned why. Children under 15 were sent with their mothers directly to the gas chambers. Susan lost her mother. And with that loss came horrors beyond language. Mothers watching their children die, children searching for protection that could not come, entire families murdered in minutes. This is what hatred looks like when it is given power. The cruelty did not stop. Her hair was shaved, she was inspected, yes, inspected, starved, silenced. She watched people die, not by accident, but by policy. She was later sent to Bergen-Belsen. By then, she said dehumanization killed any thoughts in our heads. For an entire year, she did not speak. She once recognized somebody from her village. The next day, that woman was dead. When liberation came, Susan told me something that must never be ignored. There was no joy at being liberated. She had lost her parents, 50 members of her family, her entire community. She did not even know whether her brother was still alive. Liberation could not undo what had been destroyed. This was Susan's experience, and it was the experience of 6 million Jewish people and millions of others systematically murdered because hatred was allowed to rule. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Holocaust did not begin with the gas chambers. It began with words, with lies repeated until they sounded like the truth, with people labelled as other, with hatred normalised, silence excused. That's why remembrance alone is not enough. Because never again is not a slogan, it's a test of whether we challenge anti-Semitism when we see it. We challenge it when it's inconvenient, a test of whether we confront fascist rhetoric when it masquerades as opinion, a test of whether we defend human dignity when it costs us something. 6 million Jews were murdered, not because the world did not know, but because too many looked away. Susan Pollock survived Auschwitz. She survived Bergen-Belsen. She survived an attempt to erase her humanity. But survival alone was not justice, and silence was never safety. So the lesson of the Holocaust is clear. When hatred is tolerated, it grows. When lies go unchallenged, they spread. When humanity is divided into us and them, violence is never far away. That is why this House must be unequivocal. We will not excuse anti-Semitism. We will not tolerate fascism. We will not stand by while people are dehumanized in our politics, our communities, in our public life. Because remembrance demands resolve. Resolve to speak when others stay silent. Resolve to act when others hesitate. Resolve to defend our shared humanity every time it is threatened. We owe that to Susan Pollock. We owe it to the 6 million. We owe it to the future. If never again is to mean anything at all, it must mean now, and it must mean us. Thank you.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to take part in this debate once again. And there have been some profound, passionate and emotional and informative contributions, as is so often the case when we put our political exchanges to one side. As members have already mentioned, this year's Holocaust Memorial Day theme is Bridging the Generations. Every year we move further away from the horrific events of the Holocaust, it becomes even more distant. And every year more of our Holocaust survivors pass away. I understand that the median age of Holocaust survivors globally is 87. It is becoming harder and harder for these few remaining survivors to share their testimonies in person. Nothing compares to the raw shock of hearing the horrors of the Holocaust spoken from the mouth of someone who actually experienced it. When those voices pass away, who will pick up the mantle? That is why this year's theme is so important. We have to bridge the gap between the generations. We must begin the process of passing on the responsibility of remembrance from survivors onto the next generations. Sadly, we haven't, as a global society, learned the lessons, and we know of many examples of genocide since the Holocaust. Last year I spoke in this debate ahead of the 30th anniversary of the Srebrenica genocide, which the Honourable Member for Rochdale has previously mentioned, and apologies if I refer to some of the same points again. I've taken a particular interest in the Western Balkans, as when I studied for my politics degree, one of the units was the breakup of Yugoslavia. And when I arrived here in Westminster, I became involved in the various all-party groups that focus on the region and subsequently served as the Prime Minister's trade envoy to the Western Balkans. The Srebrenica genocide took place in July 1995 during the Bosnian War, and as has been said, 8,372 Bosniak Muslim men and boys were murdered, and it is legally recognised as the first genocide on European soil since World War II. It was a campaign of war crimes, ethnic cleansing and genocide against the non-Serb population. The war cost over 100,000 people their lives and the displacement of more than 2 million men, women and children. Like others, I had the privilege of meeting some of the mothers of Srebrenica. They are a group that represent the mothers, wives, daughters and families of those who perished. They do magnificent work in keeping the world focused on the terrible events of July 1995. Today, as we look back on 3 decades since that darkness fell over Bosnia, we can ask the same question about the Srebrenica genocide. When the voices that speak on this genocide finally fall silent, who will speak for them? Sadly, as with our Holocaust survivors in the coming years and decades, the direct testimonies of Srebrenica survivors will become merely written testimonies. I've previously spoken in the Chamber about my visits to Srebrenica, and just as a visit to military cemeteries in Belgium, France, or indeed to a country churchyard where you see a handful of graves maintained by the Commonwealth Graves Commission, it hits home of the sacrifice of so many, and such is the case in Srebrenica. Any number of locations where the tombstones stretch row on row as it stirs the emotions, as does the harrowing sight and the silence of Potochatri battery factory. I will refer to Potochatri again in a moment, and I give way.
Very grateful to Honourable Friend, and I think he just made a very important point about the gravestones being seen with the massacres that had taken place in Bosnia and other areas. Does that not emphasise why it is so important of Holocaust Memory Day, of the work of the Holocaust Educational Trust? Because, of course, millions of people were cremated so that there wasn't any evidence of the genocide that took place.
Yes. I thank my right honourable friend for that intervention, and of course I entirely agree with the point he was making. Srebrenica is located in Republika Srpska, a semi-autonomous region of the Bosnia-Herzegovina, controlled by Bosnian Serbs as a part of the Dayton Peace Agreement. Many perpetrators are still at large, and genocide denial is widespread among some groups of Bosnian Serbs. Had it not been for the involvement of the international community, the memorial may never have come into being at all. The decision to locate the Srebrenica Potocari Memorial Cemetery, as it is known today, and secure its funding was made by the UN High Representative. Much of the funding came from foreign countries. The village of Potocari was chosen by survivors and bereaved relatives because it was where many of them last saw their loved ones. The Srebrenica Pottery Memorial Complex was subsequently established in May 2001, and it began as a cemetery, and the site was officially opened by former President Clinton on Saturday 20th of September 2003. The lesson that we learned from Srebrenica is that hatred and intolerance can flourish if left unchallenged. In Bosnia, people of many faiths lived as neighbours for generations, and yet in a short time those neighbours were viewed as not just the enemy, but an enemy that was so threatening that they must be ethnically cleansed. Not only were 8,372 men and boys massacred, but thousands, some estimates are as high as 50,000, women and girls who suffered from sexual violence. Thousands of women and children were forcibly deported. The children born in today, Srebrenica is as much a historical event as the Holocaust was to my generation. And that's the worry. There is danger that distant that leads to detachment, and detachment can allow the seeds of division to grow once more. This leads me to my next point. Addressing the issue of genocide denial. Sadly, we see a rising tide of genocide denial across the Western Balkans today. To bridge generations, we must arm our young people with the truth. We cannot allow the history of 8,372 murdered men and boys to be debated into a non-existence by those who seek to revive the same nationalist hatreds that led to those murders in the first place. We must ensure that our schools don't just teach the dates of the Bosnian War and the genocide in Srebrenica, but the mechanics of it. How does the slow drip of dehumanising rhetoric turn a neighbour you have lived alongside for many years to become an enemy and one you are willing to destroy? For it is young people that we must reach. It is for them that the lessons of Srebrenica, the Holocaust and subsequent genocides are most important. They are our future, and it is they who we will rely on to avoid the mistakes of the past. We are living in an increasingly dangerous world, a world where human decency is sometimes in short supply, a world which is forgetting the lessons of the recent past. Let us state today that the story of Srebrenica, the Holocaust and other genocides will not fade into the archives, that we will never forget how stripping people of their humanity can lead to some of the worst crimes in human history. As is often the case, our forefathers who wrote the various religious texts of the many faiths that represented here and throughout our country, the service of Compline in the Book of Common Prayer says, "We must be vigilant, because our adversary the devil, as a roaring lion, walketh about seeking whom we may devour." Vivid language, I agree, but these are stark words, and sadly the devil can enter the hearts of people, especially when propaganda and evil leadership are involved. We must never forget the brutality of which man is capable, and it is right that we use parliamentary time to commemorate these horrific events. To the young people watching this debate today or taking part in Holocaust education events in their schools or communities, I say, pick up the mantle. Don't let these testimonies fade away and be forgotten. Bridge the gap between the generations and carry the lessons of the Holocaust forward. I know from the experience of my daughter who, when she was in her late 20s, went on a social project to Rwanda. And there she met some of those who had survived the genocide there, and it had an enormous emotional impact on her. And that's why I say it's particularly important that the young people are involved. I attended a Holocaust memorial event in my constituency in the town of Brig last Sunday, and one of the highlights really was the fact that one of the local schools was involved and pupils read some of the lessons at the short service. We rely on our young people to succeed where past generations have failed.
Any Ward.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Brigg and Immingham, as it so often is on topics like this. He speaks with great authority. I rise once again this year to remember the Holocaust, one of the darkest chapters in human history.
the industrial-scale extermination of 6 million Jewish people and millions more prisoners of war, political prisoners, Poles, disabled people, members of the LGBT community, Roma and others, is a horror so bleak that we must ensure the memory of what was done and those whose lives were taken never fades. The theme, as has been mentioned, for this year's Holocaust Memorial Day is that of bridging generations. In last year's debate, we marked the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau. Like a number of other honourable members, I shared some of my own family's story and spoke about my Jewish great-grandfather. In the intervening year, we've lost more Holocaust survivors who were determined to let the world know what happened to them, their friends and family, in that horrific place. Holocaust education is not just teaching history. It should play a crucial role in combating anti-Semitism and hatred and preventing future genocides. As we are able to hear from fewer and fewer survivors each year, it becomes an additional duty on all of us to educate future generations on the atrocities that were committed on European soil. In my constituency in December, just last month, a group of young masked men were photographed giving the Nazi salute and brandishing the symbol of the SS on the steps of our townhouse in Kirkcaldy. It was so shocking that at first I thought the image must have been generated by AI, because things like that don't usually happen round our way. But local police confirmed that it was real. It was honestly frightening that those men felt comfortable participating in such an act in broad daylight, not 400 yards from our Holocaust Memorial or the War Memorial, which commemorates the hundreds of Kirkcaldy men who died fighting the Nazis. Acts like this are a warning to us all. Hatred spreads in plain sight. There are those amongst us, including those who sit in this place, whose purpose is to sow and stir hatred and division in our communities. It is fostered and spread online in the presence of vulnerable young minds. This is an eradication of historical record and memory in favour of misinformation. I am grateful to my local police force in Kirkcaldy for their swift action in identifying, arresting and charging suspects, as well as to the many Fifers who expressed their outrage that such an ignorant, offensive and dangerous act had taken place in our midst. I have said to my constituents that in the months and years ahead, sadly, we and they must all be prepared to take a visible stand against hate. Some of the people in that photograph were not men, but boys, who told the police that they had not understood what the gesture of the Nazi salute meant, nor understood the SS symbol on the flag that they held. But this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is why the theme of bridging generations is so crucial. As the Honourable Member for Harrow East said earlier, education and memory must become responsibility. And my honourable friend, the Member for Warrington North, in a deeply profound speech, spoke about the difference between history and memory. We in Kirkcaldy are proud of our Holocaust Memorial, designed by students from 3 Fife schools who visited Auschwitz-Birkenau in 2005. The sculpture is in the shape of a doorway and has symbols carved into it that were used across Europe and America in the 1930s, telling others that this is a safe place. The UK and towns like mine in Fife have long been a safe place for minorities and those fleeing persecution. It is incumbent on us, on all of us, to call out racism and anti-Semitism and those who seek to divide us. I know that the vast majority of my constituents, indeed of our country, agrees with this, but we can take nothing for granted in today's uncertain world. As my honourable friend, the member for Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket so eloquently said, we cannot assume that it will not happen again. Indeed, in the wake of the anti-Semitic attacks on Heaton Park Synagogue and Bondi Beach, we must be clear-eyed about what is happening. In the aftermath of the Holocaust and World War II, international law and the rules-based order were created to put lines in the sand about right and wrong and to learn the lessons of what had taken place. And so now, as the rules-based order is increasingly trampled on by nations who should know better, we, the UK, must do more to prevent mass atrocities. There must be better prediction, prevention and response to mass identity-based violence. Data suggests that since 2012, there has been an increase in the number of countries where mass atrocity crimes are occurring, and action is needed to stop this. There is a gap in global leadership on this agenda, and it shows. The UK has never had a strategy for the prevention of mass atrocity crimes. Given the state of global affairs, surely now we need one more than ever. Surely, too, we should now seek to build a coalition with like-minded countries to monitor the warning signs and act together to prevent the mass murder of citizens who are targeted simply because of who they are. I ask the Minister to take this away. In the aftermath of the Holocaust, humanity was determined to prevent genocide, mass atrocities and identity-based violence from taking place ever again. But the warning light is flashing red, and it is time for renewed domestic and international action alongside education. Holocaust Memorial Day is often marked by the lighting of a candle. It is up now to us to light that candle and carry the memory of those who perished with us always.
Yeah. Kirsty Blackman. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour to represent the SNP in today's debate on the Holocaust Memorial Day. 6 million Jews were murdered. I was trying to think about the words to use to describe it, and tragedy was one of the first things I thought, but then a tragedy is something that's unavoidable. A tragedy is, in my head anyway, it's something that was going to happen anyway. This was evil perpetrated by humans. I think the member from Birmingham talked about the brutality of which man is capable, and I think that really was the phrase that has stuck with me from the debate today. It is about the brutality of which human beings are capable of inflicting on one another. The member for Harrow East talked about othering, and that ability that human beings have to begin to other humans because of some perceived difference, because of a grouping together of them, is horrific, and it's something that we should all be aware of and think of when we're talking about the lessons of the Holocaust, when we're talking about learning from what happened in Nazi Germany. The member for Cheadle talked about what happened. A number of other members have also talked about what didn't happen. And what didn't happen was there wasn't every single person in Nazi Germany was a Nazi, was responsible for taking Jewish people to the camps. But there was enough people in Nazi Germany who were willing to turn a blind eye to that. And I'm not blaming individuals for their action. Maybe their family was being threatened, maybe they were terrified, maybe they had circumstances in which we can't contemplate today. But for every one of us who has moments where we don't stand up against hatred, where we don't stand up against othering, we need to think about what the reasons are that we are not standing up. We need to think about whether we can, whether we're members of Parliament, whether we're members of the public, whether we're community leaders or faith leaders. We need to think about whether we would be able to sleep at night if people were looking back in history at our actions and considering us to be bystanders rather than people who took action when that action was needed, when that othering was happening. We have every human being has value. People's value is not based on their religion or their country of birth or the colour of their skin or which town they currently live in or how much money they make or what job they do. Every human being inherently has value, And every single one of us has got a responsibility to ensure, as representatives, that no matter the differences that there are between any of us, that we recognise and stand up for the value of every one of our constituents, of every one of the people across these islands. We've got that responsibility. We've got that responsibility to stand up to anyone, whether they're a politician and a member of this place, whether they're a politician at a different level, whether they're a member of the public. We've got those responsibilities to say to them, no, someone is not less because you've put them in a box, because you've suggested they are somehow other. They have just as much value as you do. It does not matter what country they were born in. It doesn't matter who they worship. It doesn't matter what religious text is sitting on their bedside table. We all have value just because we are human beings. And we've all got that responsibility. And I want every one of us, whether we're in here or whether we're out there, to be able to sleep at night because we know that we've done the right thing, because we know that we've stood up against that drip, drip, drip of that beginnings of hatred that can culminate in where we ended up with the Holocaust. I find it very difficult to comprehend how you can go from, being slightly negative about somebody, about a group, to the mass industrial murder that we saw, because I'm not in that situation. I find it very difficult to contemplate how that can happen, but we know that it did. We know that it has. We know that it's happened not just in Nazi Germany, but in Srebrenica and Darfur. We know that this has happened, and I think the speech that was made by the member for Kirkcaldy and Cowdenbeath, I can't remember the full constituency name, talking about the point of the international rules-based order and the reason that was set up. None of this stuff, none of these international organisations that we've relied on and listened to were set up as simply trading organisations. The Genocide Convention was there because we needed to ensure, every one of us, every country needed to ensure that we had learned from those those lessons, and that we were resolved together never to do it again. That's why some of the comments. 2 seconds. I will. Some of the comments that are being made about those international organisations, about, we can step away from that trading organisation, is a bit misinformed, because actually it's not just about that. It's about ensuring that we are working together to prevent genocide, that we're working together as countries where we can not police one another, but where we can assist one another to ensure that every country sees the value of every human, and that we never, ever other people like that again.
First of all, can I commend the Honourable Lady for her speech and contribution. One of the ways of starting to address the issue is at schools and at an educational level. And some of the school teachers, history teachers back home, tell me they struggled to include the Holocaust in the curriculum for history. Now, if you're a politics student, you can come to Parliament here and you can learn a little bit here, and then you can take that back to your schools. Does the Honourable Lady feel, when it comes to starting early, and I think of my son and his friends from his Glasgow College back home, they went to Auschwitz as a child, and their attitude and life changed dramatically. Does the Honourable Lady think of me, when it comes to addressing these issues, helping educationally, that funding trips to Auschwitz would be a way of doing that?
I absolutely agree, and I know that there's a number of schools in Scotland that take part in trips that go to Auschwitz as well. I think it is really important that continues, particularly with this theme of bridging the generations. As we are having fewer and fewer individuals who can talk about their experiences, I think it's incredibly important that we remember that history, and we remember that this was a real thing that happened. There's too much Holocaust denial of all sorts. We need to be showing people so that they can tackle that dis and misinformation by the evidence of their own eyes.
Alex Hope. For her excellent speech. This Sunday I went to our Holocaust Memorial Day in Leeds and met my former constituent when I was a councillor, Trudy Silman, 97 years old now. We have less and less of these Holocaust survivors. So I'd like to pay tribute to second generation of the children of Holocaust survivors, including my own father, who gave oral testimony to the Holocaust Centre North, which hopefully by next Holocaust Memorial Day we transcribe and be available to the public, so that not just me and my children understand our family's history, but everybody can learn from that and understand our link in the UK to the Holocaust, and it can echo through the generations.
I thank the honourable member, and I hope that we do see that testimony more widely shared. I think, do you know, I have a conflicting thought about it is really important that we hear testimony and that we listen to testimony and that we amplify that testimony, but also forcing people who maybe don't necessarily want to relive that trauma to continually relive that trauma in order for us to learn is not always the best way forward. So I think that balance between how we can educate people without re-traumatising survivors in a way that we can ensure that as many, particularly young people, but also, you know, the number of people that I'm having that contact me who are expressing deeply wrong views, who are not necessarily teenagers, who are older adults in some cases, who are othering in their minds, who are talking about ethnic or religious groups and putting them in some sort of box. That dis and misinformation is not just about young people, it's about every generation. So the more that we can do to spread that. I don't want to take up too much more time of the House, but I just want to thank everybody who does stand up, whether, again, you're in this place or whether you're not in this place. If you are taking that moment to tackle and challenge those false narratives, if you are willing to say this is wrong, it is wrong to dehumanise people, it is wrong to put people in a box based on their religious convictions or their sexuality or the colour of their skin, anyone who is willing to do that in any circumstances, that is appreciated. It's not easy to do, but we all need to do it because none of us want to end up in a situation where we are bystanders as atrocities are committed. So thank you to everybody who does stand up, and thank you to all of those people at the Holocaust Educational Trust and the Holocaust Memorial Day for bringing the information to us so that we can make speeches on this, so that we can talk to our constituents about this, and so that we can do our best to listen and challenge those horrific, untrue narratives.
Joni Reid. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to my honourable friend, the member for Bury St Edmunds and Stowmarket, for not just his opening remarks, but the commitment that he has to this cause, both in this House and outside of it. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Holocaust was a unique event in human history, where a state waged external war with expressly genocidal aims, combined with the industrialisation of killing of a transcontinental enterprise. The Holocaust matters to us today because we owe it to the dead and the living who went through that horror to commemorate their suffering, because we should pay tribute to those still with us as well as those who have gone before us, and to those who served to ensure the Hitler regime, whose raison d'etre was the mass murder of Jews and others it saw as less human. But perhaps most importantly, because we owe it to ourselves to remind each other where the poison of racist hatred and humanity takes us. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it matters more this year because undoubtedly there has been an appalling rise in anti-Semitic violence and public and private abuse of Jews. If the Holocaust teaches us anything, it is to stand up and call out hatred and racism. And there is now barely hidden campaign to drive Jews out of public and civic life in Britain. A campaign which I'm sad to say members of this House are active participants or complicit in.
The eruption of anti-Semitism in Britain since the 7th of October 2013 has underlined how supposed progressives and anti-racists are fine to speak out unless it's about hatred of Jews. Campaigners have marched alongside open supporters of fascistic Hamas. They have shouted slogans advocating a global war against Jews. And they have done all of this because they believe, maybe, that their newfound allies are merely anti-Zionist and not actually anti-Semites at all. The arguments that dominate today's anti-Semitic discourse are superficially more sophisticated and are increasingly shaped by the melting pool of extreme ideas that is provided by social media. But the reality is that the far right, the far left and the Islamists are still relying on the old tropes of hidden Jewish power and manipulation, Jewish bloodlust and Jews as the killer of Christ. And it is just now they hide this behind the words of Zionism or Israel and hope people won't spot the difference. Social media has seen many of these ideas seep into the discourse of what is supposedly mainstream. In 2019, the Right Honourable Member for Fareham and Waterlooville told the Bruges Group of that supposed threat of cultural Marxism, an idea which has direct Nazi roots and a phrase which the former MP Andrew Percy warned others against using. In 2024, Liz Truss was forced to remove a bogus and anti-Semitic quote attributed to Mayor Rothschild from her memoirs. And then there is the case of Reform's recently announced candidate for Gorton and Denton, who, like the Right Honourable Member for Islington North, appears not to believe that ethnic minority children born here can ever be British or indeed understand British humour. This is the baseline argument of the anti-Semites, the otherness of Jews, retooled for the use of today's insurgent far right and far left. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is beholden on all of us to call out these issues in our midst, and there has been too much silence in this regard. There are members of this House who've been involved in stoking the fires of Islamist hatred, anti-Semitism and Holocaust inversion. And perhaps some, like last year, will make very fine speeches about Holocaust memorial, but we should not allow ourselves to be fooled. One member of this House writing about the Middle East on social media wrote invoking images of the gas chambers, a barbaric creation used for the industrialised systematic murder of Jewish men, women and children, and it trivialises the Holocaust. But it's not just Holocaust inversion. We have outright anti-Semitic tropes. We've had on social media members of this House share posts, images of political leaders being dog-walked or controlled by Israeli politicians or by the Zionist lobby. And this draws on stereotypes of Jewish power and control and alludes to some kind of malign Jewish influence. These are classic anti-Semitic tropes and have existed for thousands of years, but are continually being repackaged and updated to fit the contemporary political context. On Budget Day, the Honourable Member for Coventry South talked about her constituents being bleeding dry because of our government's support of Israel. And we also heard a member of this House talk about Israel's block.
Just for a moment, I just want to make sure that protocol has been addressed. When, first of all, we obviously don't mention members by their name, not that she's done that, but she's mentioned 2 constituencies to date. Can I have assurances that she's let those members know that she'll be referencing their constituencies in the chamber for this debate?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can confirm that I have written to all members who are included in my speech. And another member talked about Israel's blood-soaked tentacles. There is no safe limit of anti-Semitism that we should tolerate, and no requirement for us to apply weaker moral tests on what is an acceptable opinion because of religious heritage or our interculture. Human rights apply universally to all humans, and so do human responsibilities. We need to enforce those responsibilities before it is too late. The warning lights are already flashing. We don't have to look back to the 1930s to see how democracies can crash under the burden to political extremism and contempt for the rule of law, because we see it in the news every day.
We now come to the front benches, and I come to the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Danny James.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is an honour to speak in this debate today and to follow such passionate speeches, including the one just given by the member for East Kilbride. And I'd like to congratulate my friend from Bury St Edmunds for not only such an eloquent introduction to this debate, but for such an interesting history of persecution of Jews in Britain for the best part of 1,000 years. And I thought that was very, very informative, but also provided much needed context to the discussion we're having today. And the many members who spoke about individuals and charities and organisations who are working tirelessly to ensure that that the nation and school children in particular are educated about the Holocaust and will not forget it. And with the average age of Holocaust survivors being 87 years old, it is very prescient that the Holocaust Memorial Day theme is bridging generations. And Madam Deputy Speaker, the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust plays a vital role in ensuring that remembrance is not limited to those families who were murdered those whose families were murdered in the Holocaust, but also includes those who, having been mercilessly killed by the Nazis, were left with no one to speak their names. For the victims with no surviving family or relatives, their legacy must be safeguarded through education, remembrance, and memorial. If the words "never again" are to mean anything, they must represent a shared commitment to challenge hatred wherever it appears. And sadly, this year, the Holocaust Memorial Day comes against the backdrop of anti-Semitism on the rise. Madam Deputy Speaker, Jewish people in the UK are facing unacceptable and rising levels of hatred and violence. And I know from speaking to my own constituents in Winchester, I've heard just how isolating and just how frightening this can be. Because no one should feel anxious or scared when going to their place of worship. And no one should be denied the freedom of their expression of their religious beliefs. And it ought to be a national shame that we need security measures outside places of worship. But the murder of 2 members of the Jewish community just last year outside their synagogue, we know that these measures are unfortunately necessary. For so many British Jews, Holocaust Memorial Day is deeply personal. It's a day of grief and of remembrance and of resilience. Madam Deputy Speaker, to end, I'll quote the words of Prumai Levi. The story of the death camps should be understood by everyone as a sinister alarm signal. And Madam Deputy Speaker, while hatred and division persists, this alarm signal must be in our minds today, and it must remain in our minds for generations to come. Madam Deputy Speaker, on my way to the Chamber today to give this speech, I walked past the very moving exhibition in Parliament, where we can see the replicas of the shoes of people who were killed in those death camps. And some of those shoes are of little children. And this is a stark and haunting reminder of what the Holocaust required. The Holocaust depended on the systematic dehumanization of its victims, casting human beings as non-human, and that is in order to justify the unjustifiable. To murder millions, the Nazi state had to treat even little children not as actual children of names and families and futures, but as something less than human. So in this chamber and in our communities, in our schools, in our neighbourhoods, let us all stand with Jewish communities, because anti-Semitism has no place in our country, has no place abroad, and we must do all we can to ensure Jewish people can practice their faith freely, live openly, and participate fully in our society without fear. Madam Deputy Speaker, we remain today and will always remain committed to creating a society that never stops learning from the lessons of history.
I call the Shadow Minister, Paul Holmes.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a genuine pleasure to speak in this debate as Shadow Communities Minister, in a debate where members from all sides of this House have been frank, honest, open and emotional. And I think that debates like this about our history, but also about our futures, often bring the best out of members in our House today. And I stay and pay tribute to all members in their speeches this afternoon. Particularly, can I pay tribute to the member who opened this debate, the member for Bury St Edmunds. I don't think I'm alone in saying that he is one of the most gentlemanly and honourable members of this House when he conducts his business, and he gave us some beautiful words that I think we all must learn from, as well as a wonderful history tour, but also a history tour that shows that his speech has brought our history closer to home, and that intrinsically this country was involved in, and I think that his honesty in that is admirable. Can I also say that despite the serious nature of this debate, I do believe that the honourable gentleman should consider audiobooks, because I think that his dulcet tones should be going out far and wide across this country, which are incredibly soothing, may I say to him. But he has done a tremendous job today, and I pay tribute to him. My honourable friend, the member for Harrow East, reminds us that the Holocaust isn't just the start of anti-Semitism or the end of anti-Semitism, but a reminder of the need to remember not just of what's happened, but what's happening in this country and in the world going forward. And his speech was a stark reminder of that. My right honourable friend, the member for Wetherby and Easingwold, spoke in graphic detail, and he was right to do so. Having been to Auschwitz and to the Holocaust Museum in Jerusalem only last month, we mustn't become dehumanised to our history. And his graphic speech this afternoon reminded us of the horrors of the past. He did outline some local issues to do with Leeds councillors and Leeds councillors. He has every right to do so on the floor of this House. It is a shame that any leadership of any party, political party, didn't feel the need to vet people properly, but also haven't felt the need to act on something that I think is incredibly serious. I would remind the House and him that Hamas is a prescribed organisation, and I hope that the police took the action or will take the action following what he's mentioned in this House to bring that person to justice. I do think he is absolutely right that we need to call out anti-Semitism and challenge those who look the other way, not by just making points of orders, but actually making substantive contributions in this chamber, as he has done this afternoon. And my honourable friend, the member for Brigg in Immingham, mentioned that we must arm young people with knowledge about genocide, despite the dehumanisation and nationalism that we've seen in the parts of the world that he mentioned in his speech. He is absolutely right. And they are just a short peppering of the excellent contributions that we've had from across the House today. Madam Deputy Speaker, on Holocaust Memorial Day, this moment invites us to pause, to reflect and to recommit ourselves to ensuring that the darkest chapter in human history is never forgotten. This year's theme, Bridging Generations, is a powerful reminder that the responsibility of remembrance does not end with the survivors. It lives on through their children, their grandchildren, and through every single one of us. And as a nation, we must never allow the history of the Holocaust to fade from our collective consciousness. As the events of the 1930s and 40s move further from living memory, our duty becomes even more urgent. We must ensure that future generations know and understand the horrors, the traumas and the lessons of the Shoah. For remembrance is not a passive act. It is a conscious commitment to education and to the memory of those killed in barbarous cruelty. Holocaust Memorial Day plays a vital role in sustaining that commitment. On this day, we commemorate the genocide of 6 million Jews, men, women and children murdered by Nazi Germany and its collaborators. We also remember the millions of others persecuted and killed, Roma and Sinti people, the disabled, gay men, political opponents, and countless others targeted by a regime built on hatred and dehumanisation. The focus on bridging generations reminds us of our collective role in ensuring that the Holocaust remains a lesson for all those in positions of influence and responsibility. We, in this place, have a special obligation to ensure that the stories of those who came before us continue to be told accurately, compassionately, and courageously to future generations. And as we reflect, we must also remember that the Holocaust was not the final genocide of the 20th century. The world has witnessed unspeakable brutality again and again. And we all in this House send our thoughts to those affected by anti-Semitic terror, particularly those in Australia, as many members across the House mentioned. The Holocaust Memorial Day Trust reminds us that commemorating these tragedies is not only a moral duty or a hope, that through memory we can build the vigilance needed to prevent these horrors from recurring. Yet remembrance alone is not enough. We must also confront the reality of anti-Semitism today. Any discrimination or intimidation based on religion or race is deplorable and must never be tolerated. In 2016, the United Kingdom became the first country in Europe to formally adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism, an important step, but one that we must build on with action against the rising tide of anti-Semitism. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid to say that data from the Community Security Trust show deeply troubling trends. In the first half of 2025 alone, 1,521 anti-Semitic incidents were recorded across the UK, the second highest total ever reported for this period. The surge in anti-Semitism that followed the horrific terrorist attacks of 7th of October, before any major military response in Gaza had taken place, is a stark reminder anti-Semitism remains a persistent, poisonous force. In this context, initiatives to strengthen Holocaust education and public memory are more important than ever. That is why the Holocaust Memorial Act 2026, which received royal assent just last week, marks a historic and meaningful milestone. It will finally bring to life the vision announced in 2015 by Lord Cameron, a National Holocaust Memorial and Learning Centre beside Parliament in Victoria Tower Gardens. This will serve as a lasting tribute to the 6 million Jewish victims and to all victims of Nazi persecution, and it will stand as an enduring educational resource, a totemic reminder of the consequences of unchecked hatred and the vital importance of resisting it. And yet, at the very moment when education is most urgently needed, we face a worrying decline. As the Honourable Gentleman mentioned, in 2023, more than 2,000 secondary schools across the United Kingdom took part in Holocaust Memorial Day commemorations, numbers that had grown each year since 2019. But in the wake of the October 7th attacks, participation fell to under 1,200 in 2024 and just 854 in 2025, a drop of nearly 60%. This is alarming, to say the least. Holocaust education should never be seen as political, nor should it be treated as contingent on current world events. The Chief Rabbi expressed this with clarity and moral force when he said, "Holocaust Memorial Day is not a platform for political debate. It is not an endorsement of any government, perspective or conflict. It is an act of human memory. To insist that it must justify itself by reference to today's headlines is to fundamentally misunderstand it." He also reminded us of another essential point. The Shoah was not inevitable. It was the end of a paved road with normalised scapegoating, constant disinformation, violent autocracy, and a culture of the most extreme hatred. It began not in concentration camps, but in classrooms, newspapers, and public squares where people learned to look away. Holocaust education, then, is not a parochial concern, and it is right that by law children are taught about the Holocaust as part of the Key Stage 3 history curriculum. And I welcome that the government has made a commitment that the Holocaust will remain a compulsory topic in the reformed national curriculum, which will also be required teaching in academy schools when it is implemented. It is only through this education that we can honour those who were killed. And to reference the Chief Rabbi once more, Honouring Jewish victims of genocide does not diminish compassion for any other people. On the contrary, it enlarges it because collective memory is not a finite resource. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, today, as we work to bridge generations, connecting the testimonies of survivors to the responsibilities of our children and grandchildren, let us ensure that the horrors of the Holocaust are never forgotten and, most importantly, never repeated. So let us, across all generations, across all parties and across both sides of this chamber, stand together in remembrance, but also united in hope.
I call the Minister Miata van Buller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I start by thanking the member for Bury St Edmunds and Stowe Market for opening this debate with such a poignant and thoughtful contribution. He set the tone of the debate impeccably. I think this debate has shown powerfully and painfully that the past few years have not been easy for British Jews, nor for Jewish communities across the world. Many colleagues have spoken today with a frankness and an empathy that reflects the deep sense of concern felt across the House. Britain is rightly proud of being one of the most successful multi-faith and multi-ethnic democracies. It is part of who we are. And so it's with a particular heavy heart that we recall the attack on Heaton Park Synagogue in Manchester on Yom Kippur, one of the holiest days in the Jewish calendar, and the shocking attack at Bondi Beach in Sydney. These events remind us that anti-Semitism is never a problem for someone else to solve. It is a threat for all of us, to our values, our cohesion, and our shared sense of safety. But today's debate is not only about confronting rising anti-Semitism. It is first and foremost about honouring the 6 million Jewish men, women and children murdered in the Holocaust, and the thousands of Roma and Sinti, disabled people, Jehovah's Witnesses, gay men and political opponents who were also persecuted and killed. And it is about remembering the genocides that tragically have happened in more recent times. More than 80 years have passed since the liberation of Auschwitz and Birkenau, yet the lessons of where hatred, dehumanization, and violent bigotry can lead remain painfully relevant today. Many of us in this House have had the immense privilege of hearing directly from Holocaust survivors. This year's Holocaust Memorial Day theme, Bridging Generations, feels especially poignant. The survivors who have carried the heaviest of burdens, sharing their testimonies with extraordinary courage, are fewer each year. We owe it to them to ensure their voices never fade. The member of Warrington North spoke incredibly powerfully of the memories, the stories of the ever been. And thank you to the member of Ilford South for sharing the heart-wrenching story of Susan Pollock, which is a harrowing, an absolutely harrowing reminder of where hate and othering can lead us. Over the past 2 weeks, colleagues will have walked through the atrium at Portcullis House and seen the extraordinary exhibition of ceramic shoes in their footsteps. The exhibition is a quiet but powerful reminder that trauma and memory echo across generations, and that remembrance is not passive, it is active, it is creative, and it is deeply personal. The exhibition also pays tribute to Danny Herman. Danny and his family arrived in the UK on the eve of the Second World War, eventually settling in Liverpool, becoming British citizens and contributing to this country in ways large and small, from wartime industry to professional sport. In the atrium, the shoes created by his family speak of love, survival, and legacy. They remind us that every survivor's story is unique and everyone deserves to be remembered. The message today is clear. We cannot remember the victims of the Holocaust whilst ignoring anti-Semitism in our own time. Yet, despite the words never again, we continue to see violent conflict across the world and civilians caught in its path. It underscores the urgency of the work we are discussing today. As the member of Rochdale set out so effectively, we all know that social media can be an extraordinary force for connection, but it can also be a vehicle for spreading Holocaust denial, hatred, and division faster than ever before. This is why we must remain vigilant, and why safeguarding our children is so essential, not only to protect them, but to equip them with the critical skills and confidence they need to challenge hatred when they encounter it. The Department for Education launched the Tackling Anti-Semitism Innovation Fund on Holocaust Memorial Day. The fund aims to address misinformation, improve media literacy, and encourage tolerant, informed debate. 7 million has already been allocated tackling anti-Semitism in our schools, our colleges, our universities, including 500,000 for the University Jewish Chaplaincy and further funding for the Union of Jewish Students and Palace Yard to train staff to recognise and address anti-Semitism. Many members have spoken today about the importance of testimony. The Prime Minister has made a clear pledge that every student in this country should have the opportunity to hear recorded survivor testimony. Testimony 360, a free digital education programme from the Holocaust Education Trust using virtual reality and digital eyewitness accounts, will help deliver that promise and ensure survivors' voices remain accessible long after they can no longer speak in person. This government continues to support high-quality Holocaust education through UCL's Centre for Holocaust Education and through the Holocaust Education Trust Lessons from Auschwitz programme. These programs have transformed understanding for thousands of students and teachers and will continue to do so. This education is vital, and this is important now more than ever, as members of the House have said. The member for Cowdenbeath and Kilcardy provided a powerful testimony of the rising tide of hate and division we are seeing both at home and abroad. She is right to demand that we must be vigilant and that we must do better. I will take away her call to put in place a strategy to prevent the mass murder of innocent people simply because of their faith, their race, their ethnicity, or their identity. And the member of cities of London and Westminster was also right to remind us that we all have a responsibility to tackle the anti-Semitism, the rise of hate, the rise of division we are seeing in our communities, and that we must use our own empathy, our compassion, our respect to bridge and to hold our communities together. And I echo the words of the member of Aberdeen North, that we must all stand up against this hate, and to thank everyone who does stand up against this hate. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to end by paying tribute to Karen Pollack, CEO of the Holocaust Education Trust, whose leadership and passion continue to inspire so many, to Olivia Marks-Waldman and the team at the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust, who delivered the national ceremony and countless local events across the country, and to the many other organisations who work, enriches and protects the memory of the Holocaust. The Holocaust Survivors Centre in Hendon, the Anne Frank Trust, the Weiner Holocaust Library, the Association of Jewish Refugees, Generation to Generation, the National Holocaust Centre in Newark, the Holocaust Centre North in Huddersfield, and UCL Centre for Holocaust Education. I ask the House to take a moment to remember the survivors who shared their testimony with us and who are no longer here. Their courage, generosity, and determination to educate others despite the unimaginable trauma they endured, is a gift to this country. We honour their memory and we wish their families a long life.
Yes. Dr. Peter Prinsley to wind up.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It has been an immense privilege and honour to listen to the many brilliant speeches in this House this afternoon. I thank anybody who said anything kind about me. I have made some notes about what people have said, and there is no time to go through all of them, but there are one or two that I just must mention. I think the member for Warrington North spoke with such gravitas. I think she has a future as a distinguished rabbi, should she ever wish to, if she ever wished to go out of politics, which she perhaps won't. The member for Cheadle spoke about Peter Cura, British Empire Medal, who is my sister-in-law's father. He will be so chuffed to learn that he was mentioned here in Parliament, and I thank you for that. The member for Rochdale spoke about the Windermere children, and of course we all know that story, but Samantha, who was a UEA student, became my close friend, and she's one of the granddaughters of the Windermere boy, and so it was great to hear about that. And of course the Heaton heroes, we will never forget the Heaton heroes. I would just like quickly, if there's time, to explain that Bevis Marks, which was mentioned, I think, by the member for City of London and Westminster, I'd just like to explain to the House that Bevis Marks actually should be Berry Marks. The City of London Bevis Marks, those were Berry Marks. But now I have to stop. Oh, there is time. Okay, well, in that case, I'll tell you the story. So the great Abbey of Bury St Edmunds had large land holdings all over the country, including land within the City of London, and there were wooden stakes that were put out each year to define the land, and these were called the Berry Marks. And Bevis Marks is simply a spelling mistake. Yeah, so I certainly give way. Yeah.
You may know that Bevis Marks Synagogue is very close to Berry Street. I wonder whether this is part of your story. My honourable friend's story.
I thank my honourable friend for that information, which I was aware of that. So if there is a little bit of time, I'd like to thank also the leader of Plaid Cymru. I simply cannot pronounce the name of her constituency, but she was correct that we must remember the other genocides. And some of these genocides, for me, really are a memory. They're not history. Many of us can remember several of these. I was particularly taken by the member for Ilford South, who spoke about the expression "never again." Never again is, as he has correctly said, a test. It is a test for all of us. What will we do to ensure that it will never happen again? Just finally, I would like to say something about the member for East Kilbride and Strathern, who is just the most powerful advocate for the campaign against anti-Semitism. And if it were up to me, I should appoint her as a righteous Gentile. Thank you.
Well, the question is as on the order paper. As many that appear and say aye, or the contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That is the end of the debate on Holocaust Memorial Day. I'll give the front benches a moment or two to shuffle over. We now come to petitions. Petition Gareth Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 21st of November 2024, Simone White lost her life aged just 28 following a mass methanol poisoning incident. She was one of 6 tourists who died after consuming contaminated drinks served at a hostel in the tourist town of Vang Vieng in Laos. Alongside my right honourable friend, the member for Sevenoaks, and the honourable gentleman, the member for Dartford, I have met with members of Simone's family who live in our respective constituencies. The incident has prompted Simone's family to campaign for increased awareness and education regarding the dangers of methanol poisoning abroad. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the government to ensure that children and young people are taught about the dangers of consuming bootleg alcohol as part of the PHSE or biology curriculum in schools.
Petition Education on Methanol Poisoning.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn, and I call Mr Jonathan Brash on government support for non-league football to Mr Jonathan Brash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I am grateful for the opportunity to raise the importance of non-league football and the vital role it plays in communities across the country. Non-league clubs are often more than football clubs. They are community hubs, employers, charities, and a source of deep local pride. And nowhere is that clearer than in Hartlepool. Hartlepool United acts as a veterans hub, supporting those that have served in our borough, and was the first professional football club in England to sign the Armed Forces Covenant. It was also the first to receive the Bronze Award from the Armed Forces Covenant Employer Recognition Scheme, an achievement that speaks volumes about the values of our club and of our town. Fans are closer to their players in non-league football than at any other level of the game. In towns like Hartlepool, football is not just entertainment, it is part of who we are. The fortunes of our club are felt well beyond the turnstiles and right across the community. As a proud season ticket holder, I take my children along to pools at every possible opportunity. I did so before I was elected, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will continue to do so long after I leave this place, because Hartlepool United belongs to Hartlepool and Hartlepool belongs to its football club. And while I deeply appreciate the many colleagues who have come here to intervene in support of this debate, and I'm sure to plug their own local teams, I must say that this debate is in my name. Any suggestion that their team is better than Hartlepool United will be given robustly short shrift.
On that point, well,
and I will certainly give way.
I bow to the honourable member for Hartlepool's preference when it comes to Hartlepool, because, and not least because, Rochdale recently was subjected to an awful defeat at the hands of the Pools, and I was there to witness it. So that hopefully won't stop us from winning the league, the National League. He's making a powerful case about the community links of non-league clubs. Will he join me in praising the Dale Trust, Supporters Trust, and also Dale 1907, who do so much for our local community? And also, will he join me at the end of the season when we put the up into Up the Dale?
I thank my right honourable friend for his contribution. Of course, I would join him in paying tribute to those organisations which exemplify why non-league clubs are so important to their communities. And he preempted me because I was going to remind him about our recent match on the 30th of December where we beat you 2-1. Today, I want to focus my primary remarks on the National League's 3-Up campaign and what it would mean for non-league clubs like Hartlepool United. This campaign is simple. It calls for 3 promotion places from the National League into League 2, bringing it into line with the rest of the professional football pyramid. It is supported by all 72 National League clubs, by the Football Supporters Association, by fans across the country, by more than 50 members of this House, which on a Thursday afternoon I appreciate why they're not necessarily here, and respected voices across the game, including Hartlepool legend Jeff Stelling. And I would like to take a moment to highlight the Honourable Member for Carlisle, who asked me to give special reference to her today as a supporter of this campaign. I'll not mention the result last time Hartlepool met Carlisle. This is not a radical restructuring of football. It's a straightforward reform that would make the system fairer, more competitive and more sustainable, as it would simply mirror the rest of the EFL structure. It can hardly be regarded as a major upheaval. There are 72 clubs in the National League system and many clubs currently in the EFL who have benefited from time spent there, yet only 2 clubs are promoted each season. That imbalance limits opportunity, suppresses ambition and places enormous financial pressure on clubs striving to succeed. At a time when clubs higher up the leagues are struggling financially, it does not take much imagination to see how that pressure is felt even more sharply at our end of the spectrum. Now, I fully recognise the government does not directly control promotion and relegation, and probably just as well. Those decisions sit with the EFL, but the government do have influence, particularly at a time when football governance is under greater scrutiny than ever before. With the introduction of the independent football regulator, there is a clear expectation that fairness, sustainability and the long-term health of the game must sit at the heart of decision-making. That is why I was proud to walk through the lobby in support of that legislation. Too often our game has been overtaken by vested interests, with as many headlines about ownership and governance as about the football itself. And Pools fans know this only too well. That's why I want to place on record my thanks and welcome to Hartlepool United's new owner, Landon Smith. His recent takeover has given us our club back. I was delighted also to welcome journalist Robbie Stelling to Parliament this week, someone who disgracefully was banned from home games by the previous owner, but is now quite rightly welcome once again at Victoria Park. That moment mattered, because it symbolised something bigger. Hartlepool United returning to its supporters, its town and indeed its values. Real fans want to see their teams given every possible opportunity to succeed. Real fans want the hope that exists at every other level of the football pyramid. Real fans want 3 up. This change has been stalled for years. It has now been 23 years since the National League was awarded a second promotion place. In that time, the business of football has changed beyond recognition, yet this basic question of parity remains unresolved. The EFL has argued that 3 up should be considered as part of a wider reform. That may take years. National League clubs cannot wait years, and neither can the communities that stand behind them week in, week out. The EFL board will meet early next month to set the agenda for its AGM, which takes place in early March. This is a critical moment at which a decision could be taken with all member clubs present. If we miss this opportunity, National League clubs face waiting yet another year to be treated as equal partners within the football pyramid. So I ask the Minister, what steps will the government take to encourage constructive engagement between the EFL and the National League? How will the government ensure that fairness and opportunity are central to the future governance of the game? And how will the new regulator support a pyramid that rewards sporting merit and gives ambitious clubs a genuine route upwards? This is about putting football first. It's about fairness, and it is about recognising the enormous contribution that non-league clubs like Hartlepool United make to our communities. I urge the Minister, on behalf of the Government, to use its voice to support that principle. And Madam Deputy Speaker, can I finish by simply saying, up the pools.
Can I call the Minister, Minister Edmund?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I firstly congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Hartlepool, for securing this important debate. I hope he's not too intimidated by the size of the crowd in here this afternoon. He's an important, passionate advocate, of course, for non-league football, but for his own club. He's a dedicated supporter of Hartlepool, as you laid out as a season ticket holder, a club that's seen highs and lows of the professional and non-league game over its history. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a Scot, I feel a little bit of a fraud doing this debate because I don't know much about English non-league football. I do know a lot about Scottish non-league football, and my own club, Heart of Midlothian Football Club, is at the top of the Scottish Premier League this season, 4 points clear of Rangers and flying high. And the reason I'm very happy to give way.
Speaking of clubs that are at the top of their league, Rochdale at the top of the National League right now, and despite that fact, we do strongly support the 3 up, 3 down campaign, because although we may well benefit this year from going straight up, we know all too often that clubs that rack up lots of points, as York City did last season, they were 20 points ahead of Oldham and still didn't go up. And can I further add that as a season ticket holder like him, it's really important that we reward the loyalty of fans and reward the loyalty of the footballers who play for clubs like Rochdale and like Hearts and Hartlepool. And can I pay tribute to Ian Henderson, who marked his 41st birthday last weekend with a goal and an assist after playing for Rochdale with his record goal scorer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Maybe with Ian Henderson's age, there's still time for my honourable friend to score a hat-trick in the to take the deal up as he wants to do. And can I just, he mentioned in his contribution with his previous intervention, the Dale Trust and Dale 1907, and can I pay tribute to them? I think we tend to forget that right across the country, all of our football clubs have really strong community spirits, they have really strong charities and trusts attached to them, and they do so much in the local community. Big Hearts is attached to my own football club. And the reason I mention my own football club is not just to get it on the record, as we always like to do, Madam Deputy Speaker, but it is the largest fan-owned club in the UK, and that fan ownership was born out of ownership crisis. It was owned by a Russian oligarch from Lithuania. It went into administration and liquidation, and the fans bought the club out, and now it's riding high. And I think when you see what has been done at Hartlepool, indeed pay tribute to Landon Smith for taking over Hartlepool, hopefully that has a bright future now in terms of it has that settled ownership. Because club like the Pools or the Monkey Hangers, you didn't mention the Monkey Hangers in terms of the for Hartlepool, are not just sports teams, they are part of the very identity of our towns like Hartlepool and those communities within them. They're the institutions that provide provide pride in place, a concept I know my honourable friend champions, and they play a vital role in the social and economic fabric of all of our communities. Without our football clubs, our communities would be hollowed out, so congratulations to everyone who runs their non-league football clubs. British and English football is a global success story. Of course, it was invented in Scotland, and Scotland won the World Cup in 1967 by beating England at Wembley. The government is committed to ensuring that those foundations remain very strong indeed. They're sustainable, they're supported for generations to come, and crucially, they put fans first. I think that's really important. And as my honourable friend has highlighted, the influence of non-league football extends far beyond the pitch itself. These clubs are frequently the beating heart of our communities, serving as hubs for social cohesion, for education, for physical activity, bringing people in our communities together. The Department of Culture, Media and Sport research has shown that the sport and physical activity sector contributes £53 billion to our national economy, but we must also look at the social value, the major social value, the £8 billion of well-being value created by grassroots and non-league football, and the £43 million saved from our NHS every year from the involvement that fans have in their clubs. So whether it's Hartlepool United's work with local youth or the thousands of smaller clubs across the country run by volunteers, the government recognises that every pound invested in non-league football is an investment in the health and happiness of our nation and of our communities. And my goodness, don't we need a bit of that in our communities. He mentioned, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Football Governance Act. Let me just spend a few moments on that. It's a key pillar of our support for the game, is ensuring that the long-term sustainability is through the Football Governance Act, which received royal assent in July last year. This historic legislation establishes the independent football regulator, and for the first time we have a statutory body with the powers to ensure clubs are run sustainably and to protect the heritage that the fans hold dear, the very lifeblood of the game itself. So importantly for today's debate, the regulator's remit includes the top 5 tiers of the men's game, including Hartlepool and Rochdale. This means that the clubs in the National League, including Hartlepool United, now benefit from oversight that demands financial resilience and meaningful fan engagement. We have also given the regulator backstop powers to intervene in financial distributions. If football is unable to reach an agreement, we want to see a fairer share of the game's wealth flowing down the pyramid system, ensuring that the prosperity at the very top of the game supports the sustainability of those further down. And non-league football provides the stars of the future, which will be the Premiership players of the future. I want to talk a little bit about the sports survival package. This sustainability of non-league football was fundamentally challenged during the COVID era and indeed since post-COVID. And the sports survival package, which was worth £13.4 million in loans, supported 35 non-league clubs when their need was most acute in response to unprecedented circumstances. And I know that's been a huge issue for Hartlepool itself. We understand that for many clubs, the legacy of that turbulent period remains a challenge, and that's why this department continues to work closely with Sport England and its loan agent, who regularly engage with borrowers to monitor their financial position. Physical infrastructure, Madam Deputy Speaker, is really important. It's often a substantial overhead for grassroots communities clubs, and that's why we're continuing our investment through the Multi-Sports Grassroots Facilities Programme, which is delivering £98 million this year alone for community clubs below Step 6 of the National League system. And I'm pleased that we have recently confirmed that £85 million will be committed through the programme for 26-27 as well, building on this huge success of the grassroots programme. We understand that for those clubs climbing the tiers of the National League system, the requirements for stadium infrastructure become more intensive, and that's why we work so closely with the Football Foundation, of the Honourable Friend mentioned, who also deliver the Premier League's Stadium Fund. So while this is the Premier League's own fund, its delivery through the Football Foundation ensures it's aligned with our shared goals and that for a sustainable pyramid. May I just touch on, Madam Deputy Speaker, the issue of the 3-Up campaign, which is the main thrust of this particular campaign. Maybe we only need 1 up this season if the Dales do end up at the top of the division. But let me be very clear, the government recognises the strength of feeling regarding the 3-Up campaign. It was a major debating point during the passage of the football governance legislation in both houses. However, decisions about the structure of football competitions, including promotion and relegation arrangements, are rightly, as my honourable friend said, the matter for the footballing authorities. And the reason that is the case is that I would be standing here today announcing an extra 3 or 6 points for Heart of Midlothian Football Club if we had the power to do so. So it's not in the power of government ministers to deal with the footballing authorities in that way.
Very much. I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. I should probably point out that my father was a Hibs fan as a child, so I hope that doesn't act against me in this debate. He mentioned during his speech that the Football Governance Bill requires fan engagement, meaningful fan engagement. Given that fans are so unanimously behind the 3 Up campaign, would he see it as a failure of engagement if we didn't see this change coming forward?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, but after his initial confession of his father being a Hibs supporter, I don't know if he's gone from my honourable friend to just the honourable gentleman in this chamber. He's right, and fans' involvement in the game was the key driver between the Footballing Governance Act. And one of the key drivers at my own club for fan ownership was to have that voice heard in terms of the way that fans are part of the lifeblood of the game, whether it be ticket prices, the colour of the football club, the name, where they play. All of those issues are key, because that's what makes football what it is and why we support the clubs that we do. So I hope the EFL listen to the fans very clearly on this and see the strength of feeling from the fans in terms of what needs to be done. The EFL, of course, he knows this, is a membership organisation and therefore vested interest takes hold in terms of whether or not you're a club that may be disadvantaged by 3 Up or whether or not you'll be advantaged by it, and of course all the connotations around that. But the EFL, and I hope member clubs have heard this, and the fan voice is very strong in this, and I would say from this dispatch box that I hope the EFL in their meetings in March hear the strength of that feeling. He mentioned the football regulator in response to this, and I'm pleased that the independent football regulator recently launched its consultation on the terms of reference for its State of the Game report. I do appreciate the Honourable Gentleman saying that things need to move quicker, but this comes ahead of the report's publication in 2027, so next year, which will be a huge milestone for the regulator. And this report will provide unparalleled insight into the structural issues facing the game and the wider football ecosystem, informing the regulator's approach and decision-making. And I think for time memorial, the debate around restructuring leagues and restructuring football has always been there. And if you put 4 football fans in a room to discuss and debate football reconstruction, you'll probably get 8 different answers in terms of the way it should go. So these are very complex negotiations. There'll be financial distribution, organisational challenges. There'll be scheduling challenges across multiple leagues, and really it is ultimately a matter for the EFL. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope I could just spend a few minutes just talking about the women's game as well, which is hugely important in this context, because as we strengthen the foundation of the men's game, we are equally committed to continued transformation of the women and girls football itself. I have a football club in my own constituency, Edinburgh South FC, that has 1,200 young people playing every single weekend, many of them girls, and it's exploding in terms of the number of girls that want to play. And I'm incredibly proud of the progress that we have seen. But as the major independent review led by Karen Carney rightly noted, we must work to raise the standards across every levels of the game, including in non- and grassroots football. An investment is already delivering gold standard provision through the Lionesses Future Fund. I think England might have won a tournament somewhere. We provided £30 million to deliver state-of-the-art 3D pitches and dedicated female facilities, including proper changing rooms and accessible toilets. We have ensured that this infrastructure isn't just built, but is also accessible to all, with reserved peak time slots and priority booking for women's teams. And these vital learnings are now hardwired into our main facilities programme. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government's support for non-league football is multifaceted. It's about financial regulation, it's about modern facilities, it's about sustainability, but mostly it's about social opportunity. I want to thank the thousands of volunteers who keep our non-league clubs running, the tens of thousands of fans who go every week for their pie, for their bovril and for their entertainment. They are the unsung heroes of our national game. This government will continue to work with the Football Association, the Premier League, the EFL and the new independent regulator to ensure that our non-league clubs remain at the heart of our communities for years to come. And can I thank again my honourable friend from Hartlepool for bringing this very important debate to the House today.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. As a member that opinion say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order, order.